Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing today? RSI allude. Good morning, Ecstasy. Huh. Well, look at that. Bullish. Going back up. Don't tease me about Cat 200Cs. So wrong. Moderna's ripping. Look to some of the notorious COVID stocks to do pretty well today. T-Doc. I know I didn't get to do a write up for the Dillionaires. And in the spirit of yesterday's uh, democratic presentation of information, I'll just tell everyone what I'm looking at. So T-Doc, Cat, obviously for re-entry for those 200s. Why not keep making money there? Peloton might have some upside. I already have June VIX calls and UVXY calls for March, so I'm probably not going to be buying anything there, but it may be something to look into. SPX, SPXS, or SPY puts are also an option if you guys want to hedge against any type of correction that's going to occur over the next few days due to SLD. That's about it. T-Doc 130s. I wouldn't go that far. Maybe hundreds. Socialist confirmed. Is a 30% gain on GME this week realistic? It's possible, yeah. I think that's a nice conservative estimate. I don't really look out of the money when I'm buying those hedges. I usually buy them in the money, actually. Due to the decaying nature of the underlying, it's usually better if you're buying leaps or longer term contracts. It's usually better to buy them in the money. To be honest, this all sounds like an adult and Snoopy talking right now. Wom wom wom, because I'm all in on game stocks at this point and no other focus beyond coffee and my Feb calls. I mean, it's true. Feb calls this week or wait till after the run up. I mean, Ivy spiked on Friday already, so it might be best to wait till after the exposure window. What is your opinion about the fake squeeze news? It's stupid. Um, Newbie, dude, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Are you bullish on pre market? I mean, I'm bullish on it going up right now. What does WeBull say GameStop C? How do I see? What's the C for? They added it yesterday. I have no idea. Nah.
Yo.
AMC gonna drag us to the moon today? I mean, AMC should go up today.
Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult.
Remind me of this upcoming exposure window. What are the dates? Today through Wednesday. 12/27 is another FTD date. Are you expecting upward volatility on 12/27/28? There could be, yeah. Was there last year historically? I'm not actually sure. Let's find out. Off. A little bit. It wasn't a very big FTD date, like just a little volatile. Not enough FTDs to necessarily create upward pressure on that date, just some volatility. It's also within the T+2 window from the exposure run up, right? So if we run up from the exposure, then that obviously on its own generates more exposure. So in that regard, yeah, I could see there being a little bit of volatility there. Thanks, CSEC. Yeah, so not necessarily upward volatility, but volatility. Like we could go up and down that day. I have become Shiva, destroyer of hedge funds. Oh, I missed that show. Downs insisted they available for Wendy's made this desert planet, and they did it to survive. Omicron, 70 times more transmissible than Delta. Wear a mask. Get boosted. Alternatively, I'll just no longer go outside. But I'll probably do both of those other things as well. I like wearing masks because now when I like fuck with people in grocery stores, they can't see me smirking. JC, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club. You can't do that in a grocery store. No idea, Jets fan. Didn't hear about it. Thanks to the entertainment and the steadfast bullishness. Praise be to Levy Biwat, Riku. What, Homer's guest? You were a Cornichon, sir. You cannot just Riku at will. Shame.
Yo. Let's get it.
You can read like a basic dam.
Pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult.
Masks don't work. Boosters aren't needed. They don't even target Omicron. Thanks for the info, titty titty bang bang. Do you have a graph of last year's price movement logarithmically tracked to the new prices available anywhere? I could show it to you. This is last year versus the current year, logarithmically scaled. Last year in white, obviously. Today, not showing yet. But last year on today, we ran bigly. What do you think about T+2? T212 telling people, lend us your shares or get out. Well, no, it's lend us your shares or you can only close your position. Which is fine. If you want to buy new shares, just buy them somewhere else. Hedge your fucked re. Thank you, Cockroach Rancher. Buying some cheap weeklies and hopefully rolling my feds to April on a run. Wait. Dope. Could you please get a link to your trading view? I think Carl posted one in the Pigeon Whale chat for the indicator. You probably already know, but XRT on Reg Show. I'm well aware. We had an entire stream about it yesterday. I would like to take this moment to say fuck Netflix for canceling Cowboy Bebop after their first season. It's been an entertaining adaptation. How's your Cemex holding going? It's non-existent. You know, I've moved on from the concrete world. Are you grabbing any weeklies? Of course. Did you get the terrible MP3 I sent you? Maybe? I think I did. I didn't hear it yet, though. I'm mostly curious to look at it, backtracked with our movement so far rather than forward-looking chart. I was wondering if you had it anywhere. Oh, I mean, you could just do that yourself. You can go into TradingView and use the bars pattern uh tool and just like copy and overlay. I don't think it tracks that well. I mean, the movement tracks, but not this. The range and stuff are way different. What about the massive 20? I mean, 2,600 calls isn't massive. And most of those came in like on Thursday when they were cheap. XRT having only 26K shares of GME, does it matter? I mean, that's possibly like 26,000 shares of GME per day for God knows how fucking long, right? That outweighs retail buying pressure like 2 to 1. It's significant. Lisan Al Gaib, have you come to free us from being poor, real life poors? Thank you, Vuab Dan Disciple. I don't know. Well, later, but have you heard about Domino's buying 100K of local gift certificates to encourage people not to use DoorDash? Interesting. Fuck DoorDash. So I'm all about that. C is for corporation, right? Yeah, I think so. So, Inc. Maybe it's the sector consumer. I think it's a sector indicator. So you're thinking there's just an IV play, or someone genuinely thinks we're gonna end over the 200 mark? I think someone thinks we're gonna end over 200. C is for crime. Ding ding. Oof. Where can the spy go, by the way? Oh, it's just going. Jesus Christ, that's not good. Um, hmm. GameStop bouncing. That's okay. Is the new bear trap today? I don't know. Is it good because of negative beta vibes? How? First of all, how dare you? Second of all, yeah. We only have negative beta when they're covering, right? When they're covering when the market's going down. Ivy has spiked on longer dated call options. Fantastic. Oh, these little fuckers. That's the wrong fucking date. I almost bought those. That would have sucked. There we go. Doing big ups. Why is AMC running? It has to. If it's a hedge, it has to run with GameStop, right? Why WeBull showing codes for NDX and DGA aren't available on desktop anymore? Interesting. I didn't see JP Morgan moving into a fucking $13 million position on AMC. Unless it already has one. Gonna GameStop be a hedge for the true ass. The maker has risen. What's the downside to buying 500C weeklies for the next 3 months? Aside from losing a relatively small amount of money on the weeks we don't moon. Losing a small amount of money on the weeks we don't moon. The Ivy spike largely why Feb 200 could go up even though share price slightly down, or maybe my screen is just delayed and numbers are off. I mean, yeah. And Ivy spikes like so farther dated contracts are more sensitive to volatility, right? Which I tried to explain to someone like 10 times this weekend. About some December 23rd on Friday with unsettled cash and it still isn't settled. Should I worry about not being able to sell them today? Or should I worry about GFE if I don't have it? Um I mean, yeah, you'll get a GFE if you sell today, which sucks. Look at how short those wicks are. Yeah, I think it's the sector. I think it's like consumer because it's consumer discretionary. So see, I'm not sure. Some of them are marked as ink. Some of them don't make any sense at all, but all the stocks seem to have them now. Yeah, options settle the next day. So yeah, sometimes options will dodge GFEs because they settle in T+1. So it'll like I know WeBull and some like IBKR will like warn you that you may get a GFE, but you usually don't. You say corporation, right? But then you have like AMD that's listed as advanced M. Like what the fuck does that mean? Just by doing a turnaround? Well, it's stabilizing a little bit. Yeah, but why doesn't it list like corporation or Inc. or anything like that for them? Is it just because it's called GameStop Corporation and they don't have the whole fucking word? Also, like, what's this? Where is it? What's TE? Truncated numbers, letters? Yeah. It's kind of fucking stupid though. Technologies? T Corporation. I don't know. It seems like they could just spell it out. They've got a lot of fucking space. Nice healthy 30. It's like a dollar. The bid ask spread is like almost a dollar. It's over a dollar right now. It's fucking retarded. Unbelievable. That I can't believe the NYSE has let it get to this point, right? Like, how does nobody say anything about this level of illiquidity in a Russell 1000 stock? Bought a few cheap weeklies on the dip and now in the money on my options. This feels way better than losing 20K bag holding 1123s. Thanks, Garrick. PS, we're currently going up on minimal volume. This probably isn't the big spike yet. Probably not. VIX took a jump. Nice. Don't forget, Piglet was shadow banned the other day, not long ago. Am I still shadow banned? How does that even work? How do they determine what days you're shadow banned on? So like for why that's bad. Bid-ask spread being that large. It creates a lot of volatility in what should be a fairly stable asset. Interesting. GME Jesus, thank you so much for coming to Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. It's definitely not like being banned for TGI Fridays. Click share and link this stream to Twitter. It works. Oh. Well, that's fun. Hey, if you guys could, you know, just half of the 1,800 of you in here right now, hit the like button. Not all of you, just half.
Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiends, fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Anytime I mention short interest in the title, interesting. There's a major coordinated push against you. You made it. I'm still here. Do you expect other MMs to emulate JPM? You mean primes? I expect other institutions to emulate JP Morgan. I mean, what else was that position besides like just a signal? Like, obviously, it's a month old. Why report it now? Can you say idiosyncratic risk, ASMR style, for the other half of the likes? I'm not gonna get bribed. A lot of us are sitting on December 23 175s. Obviously, they're up. But if we take profits here, we release pressure on their hedge exposure. Can you talk for a few minutes about this? I mean, yeah, if you take profits right now, first of all, they're not even in the money, right? So you release them from the obligation of delta hedging those calls. Also, they're not even in the money yet. I mean, 175s seem like a very conservative bet. I have 950s, man. What is worse, being shadow banned on YouTube, being unable to put the stream on Reddit, or not being able to eat those potato skins from TGI Fridays? Shit. I really hate potato skins. You got me. Potato skins are the worst. Well, eating them is the worst. Not being able to eat them is actually great. Curious. I love that, like, my favorite thing about this whole like push to like discredit me or just dislike me is that like people are now using like the excuse that I'm downvoting their post because of their shitty content. I saw at least like 3 posts this weekend that were like, Gherkin's bots are downloading this. BlackRock is attacking this post. This information needs to get out. Dagonaut, welcome to Long Johnson's, dude. I appreciate the membership, man. blew out my back at the gym. I can barely walk. I find it weird that girls talk about liking their backs getting blown out. I'm having a very different experience. I think you're maybe talking about something else. It does show up on the 13F as a long for a bunch of hedge funds. If you look, Citadel flipped their position on GameStop or on AMC in what was it, quarter 3? I don't know. Bob wrote a whole fucking DD about it. Quarter 2 or just after quarter 2. Carl is on point today. I was going to be happy hitting 180 personally. Would that be disappointing to you? Wherever you feel comfortable. I don't know the extent of upward price action, and I cannot predict the volume because uh, ETF leaps haven't happened since last year. GameStop was significantly more liquid back then and had way higher volume day to day. So there's really no way. There's too many variables for me to say exactly how high we're going to run. But I think 200 and 225 present the most resistance to the upside. About what more? Sorry, it's going down. Well, you fucked us all. Message for Hawk. I hope you're happy with yourself. Is the reason the price is going down because of crime? Rarely. Any plans in the near future for collaborations with other YouTubers? You know, Trade Spotting reached back out to me and was like, hey man, I've just been crazy busy. Like, we should definitely get together and talk about your theory and some other stuff. And then I was like, yeah, that sounds great. We'll do that this weekend or this coming week. And that was like 3 days ago. And I haven't, yeah, I haven't heard back. So, no? I checked your weekend stream after the fact last night, and YouTube served me a BlackRock ad. You're welcome. Did Iron T ever fit your theory? You know, I don't know what the fuck is going on with this stock. Um, it might rip today too, but I don't want to put any money in it at all. So there's that. That's the consideration. That story broke my heart. That sounds like you have live data on one and maybe not the other, Dr. K. I still don't know who Meat Kevin is. Why would I stream with a cooking channel about stocks? I mean, I could stream with them about food. Did I become a billionaire? It's a pigeon whale. CTB, not a penguin whale. Penguin whales would be incapable of flight. It'd just be a whale with wings that keeps swimming. Is there any kind of options ramp? Mm, a little bit. Not really. No. Not to distract, but cat looking like a good buy opportunity. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for SLD to finish and try to time the bottom of this. I I will be buying more though. Could you demonstrate what you think a penguin whale would sound like? I don't know. Is TA actually useless on GameStop? Like they keep spouting on Super Stunk. I mean, yes and no. Like on an intraday basis, yeah, it's pretty useless. Long-term technical analysis kind of just shows us the same patterns that we get from having done the research because the stock is highly manipulated and hence repetitive. Retail doesn't really buy GameStop, so there's not a lot of like, I mean, they do, but not in significant quantities. So there's not a lot of sentiment backing the price movements. If we all ask Santa from MOASS this Christmas instead of toys, do you think it will have an effect on the market? Sure. I mean, write him a letter. How much should one way open interest on further dated calls for this week? It depends. If you're looking at like, it depends on how far you're looking out. Are you expecting a run today or closer to Wednesday? Any time between now and Wednesday. Tesla almost under 900. Wouldn't that also be a good buy? Sure. I think Tesla can correct back quite a bit though. Um, it failed this. The next resistance is at 778. So, um, yeah, I mean, if it bounces off the 120, then there's like an entry, but otherwise, no, I would wait. This is a sad attempt to drop the price. I miss the days when my heart sped up with the drops. This squeeze game is like being a max character going back to the start. Yeah. Run over, it happened. No big plans for the holiday. I have some family coming out to visit, so that'll be cool. Sorry if you answered already, but if the market continues to fall and they don't return XRT shares, will there be some sort of consequence, like collateral failing and leading to a margin call? No. Yeah, that's not really how reg show threshold works. Reg show threshold just sets up a system for resolving failure to delivers. A first in, first out. So after the 13th day of being on the reg show threshold list, if it remains on the threshold list for 13 days, um, they'll no longer be able to use it to short, and they will have to begin covering on a first in, first out basis for any existing FTDs. They can be used to short still for the next 13 days. So until January 5th, they can be used to short. Do they know you're a celebrity YouTube A-lister? Even in the world of YouTube, I'm definitely like D-list. Are they manipulating the price to flip us off with the chart? Sure. Fidelity confirmed I can sell my weeklies today without getting a GFE since T+1. Awesome. Is this option price discrepancy not a big deal this early in the trading day? I mean, there's probably some volatility, and the bid ask is probably a little wide because of interest. BBIG mooning? Interesting. I wonder if. God, fucking IRNT is gonna moon, isn't it? How much are these little fuckers? 550. I'll buy a couple, right? Or just one. How many can I buy? I'll buy 650s. Sevens. I know I missed a Ko-Fi. 1 second. Hey, what do you want to do with your unused paid time off days? We appreciate you streaming every trading day and weekends, but we have a use it or lose it policy. Please submit your requests before COB. Shit. I don't have any paid time off. That's false. Just convert them to stock. Have you ever been so far as decided which to go want look more like? Well, thank you for that, Jeremy Fox. Thank you for having me read that. For the bad boys and girls at the short hedge funds, can we give them margin calls and forced liquidations instead of coal for Christmas? That'd be cool. Also, Adam Aaron cornfield picture DD and how the corn stalk shoots and kernels represent potential for AMC to moon. Is that a real DD? That was the most boomer fucking image I've ever seen used in a press release in my entire life. Thank you, Chalky Seki and VWAP Dan Seipel. Ghost of Dan, thank you so much, man. Was there a message with that, or was that just. Nope. Thank you. Hey, remember last month when you totally called the run and were 100% right? It'd be cool if that happened again. It would be. Is JP Morgan trying to lose as much on me? Like that image was corny, right? It was. Is JP Morgan trying to lose as much as me on options? It seems that way. Does Ivy increase over the weekend? When checking options strat to gauge my buy-in price in the 180s, the Ivy kept increasing. Weird. I don't know why. It's just a calculator, so you can set the IV yourself, Christian. They peeled back the husks on all the visible cobs just to make sure people knew it was corn. Yeah, Adam Aaron out in the fields inspecting AMC's popcorn farms. What the fuck? Oh my god. That'd be like Ryan Cohen taking a photo of himself at a DVD printing factory. Yeah, absolutely. STMRCS. No, HD DVD, not Blu-ray. AA keeping an eye on his only appreciating assets. He's buying farmland like all the other multimillionaires. That way, after he bankrupts all his investors, he'll own the food that they need to eat. I'm so tired, I'm gonna die. Well, wake the fuck up. Thanks for being the most rational, widely intellectual, skeptical, anti-hype, woke, and personable member of this revolution. Thank you, boss. I didn't realize that I was several of those things, but I appreciate it. I thought I was just kind of abrasive. You ever see The Informant? Maybe AMC and ADM are price fixing popcorn futures. Smart. I mean, I'm trying to think of like an equivalent move GameStop could take to like compete with AMC's independent popcorn shops. And the best one I can think of is buying out Redbox and putting one in every GameStop. You're not wrong, Bones. JP Morgan Chase should have posted a YOLO on Wall Street Bets instead of a 13F, but they're not real. That would have been fucking awesome. I'm level 69 on Call of Duty Vanguard. Bullish? Sure. I've stuck around since I heard Girk use the term toxic masculinity. That wasn't. Well, yeah. I think I did use that term. What was I talking about? Was I talking about people driving lifted trucks in order to try to convince their friends that they weren't having homoerotic adventures in Havasu? They can still short through ETFs. Do you draw a thing? Do you still draw things? I mean, this is a Head and Shoulders. Um, it's drawing itself though. Mine actually got wheeled and have the body damage to show for it. Unimog, did your friend Brett kiss it and make it better? Brett's definitely the name of a guy that would hang out in Havasu. Well, you fail to remember sometimes those lifted pickups save lives. When? I have a theory about fishing trips. Girk, please mod me. No. Is pre-market volume reliable for drawing interpreting indicators? It can be. It depends on the volume traded. Do you have a friend named Brett? Is there something you need to tell us? I would never associate with anybody named Brett, Chad. Uh, there's more names. I can't think of them right now. Look at that 30. The 30-minute looks extra cup and handily. Sure, it does. You're not wrong. If it had only occurred over like a bunch more days. Oh, I have no idea when Mill Willie, because now today there's like deferments, so I have no idea when the SLD is going to end. Is the JP Morgan squeeze article a sign that institutions are turning against each other and preparing to push one of them under the bus, or as many of them under the bus as feasibly possible? When you drive through floodwater, why would you drive through floodwater? Don't live places where they have hurricanes. That seems simple. Random question: did I enjoy high school? No, I was younger than everybody, so it sucked. High school was actually the worst experience ever. I was like 2 years younger than everybody in my class at any given time. Can I get a BAM? New York has hurricanes? Okay. Nerd. Fuck you, Carl. Do you feel like you've personally peaked during your time as a streamer? Maybe. I think about it often, Dr. K. Thoughts on the recent crypto dump? Didn't do the same thing last year and then start rebounding in February. Probably. I think it did. Was it Feb? I think yeah, it was like mid Feb, right? Is when it started to really like come back. Pickle Morty, hugs to you. Something about rollerblades. Hold on. Chad Breddington the third. You left your rollerblades at my place this weekend, brah. Roller skates, Braj. Girk, you're in New York. Don't you flood like twice a year? I don't know. That would mean I would have to go down to like the ground where people are. I don't go to ground. You go to a magnet school? No. Is Joe's Pizza in New York City overhyped? Yes. Has JPM become our friend through an enemy of an enemy? This is the only way they would ever. Yeah, so. Did you read my conspiracy theory on overnight fishing trips? They're mad sus. I don't know. If I was the wife of a guy who went on overnight fishing trips with other guys, I would be looking for a boyfriend for myself. I got a game I got the Game Informer magazine and found a page where they report the subscriptions per month and show a 1 year average of subscription. Have you seen it by any chance? I've not. Is Bleecker Street Pizza good? It's okay. Best pizza in New York City. Currently Scars or La Industry in Brooklyn. Those are my two favorite. I went straight to public high school from a life of homeschooling. I had to get my weirdness beaten out of me. Yeah, me too. Clip Wetch. My parents wouldn't let me jump ahead in school. It made school about as challenging as farting. I hated it. That sucks. Especially like when your parents like withhold education during that period where your neuroplasticity is highest. Um, it's a huge disadvantage later in life. Teach your children shit or make them teach themselves shit. We don't need more stupid people in the world. Keep them off social media. More importantly, teach them to be independent and challenge the status quo. No, I don't want to go camping. Thanks. I don't do outside. My wife makes me go on overnight fishing trips. I have to be out of the house by a specific time. Makes me sus. Just just follow her instructions verbatim, okay? I don't need any drama. Portnoy gave it a 9.1, but it's better than Pepe's. Interesting. Were you younger because you were smarter? Or because your cows are so massive they had to separate you from the other young kids for their own protection? Oh boy, Carl. Lombardi's in Soho. Um, it's solid. See, my problem with them is their inconsistency, Palma. Even if it is just an old friend you used to wrangle sheep with one summer, yes, even then. SEC Chairman Elad Rosman gave his Biden he is will resign in January. My parents didn't let me read books, and now look at where I am. A successful popcorn futures trader. Someone watches you every day and is now a genius. I'm weirded out by that. Oh shit, I need to update Reddit. The shills have begun attacking the post. My parents jumped me ahead, and I wasn't emotionally able to keep up. I was 1 to 2 years behind everyone else, only now making sense of that. Can you start a Post MOASS newsletter called Gurk's Perks? No, I was only like I only skipped one, um, like 1 year, and then I was just younger when I started school. So I was younger when I started school, and then I skipped a year. I will confess something. Any pizza is the best pizza in the world at 3 a.m. when you're ending a night of being obliterated. This is true. If you're shit faced, all pizza tastes good. Unless it's Chicago deep dish pizza. Where are we in the timeline of the movie Margin Call? Oh, shit, I don't remember. Didn't someone write a Spark Notes for that recently on Super Stonk? I feel like we could check there. With Cat right now, do you see use an EMA to decide on an entry? I see EMA 200 is just a hair below 200 lately. Um, is Cat turning around? Let's see. Shit. Maybe this trend. So like, yeah, I mean, 196 looks like a point at where it can bounce. So this could be a decent entry. I might pick up some contracts. Stream is the highest form of education and social interaction I've ever received. Why is it hard to be a shill? Well, the paychecks never come on time. Uh, you're always getting better offers to shill for other people. So it gets confusing. The demand's very high. And you're like, should I stay and find stability or should I move on to shilling the next thing? This is something I went through a lot with Trader Joe's. It was an emotional roller coaster to say the least. All right. Were you once a baby? No. Do you think short trading week is going to have any influence on this week's predictions? No. You shut your mouth about Chicago deep dish. You shut your face, Carl. Shut your mouth when you're talking to me. Honestly, in college, I ate a lot of the Tony's $1 pizza from Walmart. I still stand by those. Not the best $1 pizza, right? That's definitely Gino's. I'm something of a gifted kid myself. Oh, Flavius, did someone give you away to someone else? When I went from private school to public school, I realized that academically the private school was 2 years ahead, so I was bored and did horribly. We're at the part where Burry has done all the research and is lying on the floor listening to music. Accurate. Dan Aylward, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate it. The daily Myrna dead question? I don't know, Victor. It can keep running. It depends on the COVID, like, extent of COVID fears. XRT offering a dividend? They do, right? I don't know what their dividend schedule is. For Cat, would Jan monthlies be too short of a time? Wondering if Feb is better given how slow it moves plus SLD. Um, I would probably buy. Yeah, I'd probably look into Feb. Feb 200s would probably be what I'd play right now. Don't forget to let the new Dans know that there's an educational opportunity to earn their PH Dan behind the Wendy's dumpster. Thanks, Jay Fresh. See the page I'm talking about regarding Game Informer. Well, I know about that, Dan Almighty. Why do you care about trading 212? This is sideways. How am I supposed to read that? Couldn't you have taken a vertical shot? I was born at a very young age. Can you look at Gmail options your WeBull client versus whatever flavor of broker you use? My WeBull aren't updating and it's annoying me. You need to give them the $3 for live options data, Dr. K. Why is everyone spelling it Geno's with a G? What expert are you looking at? Fab. Yeah, 200 strike. Same play. Although the SPY doesn't seem to be reversing trend, so I think I'd maybe, I guess, check the Dow. The Dow seems to have kind of stabilized a little bit. Um, Maybe it's going to reverse. March options added to the chain. How do they look to you? Cheaper than February's, Willie. Very slim range on these though. I'd want to wait for some price action to open up further out of the money strikes. When MOASS happens, please requeue Dance Remix on loop for us forever. So when we feel nostalgic, we can just visit here. This is the best cult I've ever joined. Probably won't even join a new one after. Thank you. Philadelphia Dans have to look out for European Dans. You do pay for it? I don't know what the fuck's going on. Try updating the desktop software. Maybe it's having an issue there. Will you just rage quit or finish the day? Oh, I'm totally gonna rage quit, Yuns. Uh, WeBull fucks us on payment for order flow, and they have the nerve to charge for level 2. It's not level 2. It's live options data. Most places charge for it. I don't know why you pay for fucking shitty level 2 data. Also, you can just like refer fake emails and get infinite free level 2 data. Why did Citadel tell their clients on why they should disregard Ken Griffin lied? I'm sure their clients didn't care. We the Dans need a place to be Danish and nefarious. I'll think about it, Darth Dan. But I'm not streaming MOASS, so underlying market mechanics are overrated. I pay for level 10 data, bro. Bring it back. My girlfriend from Canada is calling me. She just won the lottery. Hashtag annoyed. Pennant forming? Sure. How many deferments and exemptions were given this week? There's no deferment for the 17th. Today is deferred. Tomorrow, the next day. But no deferment for this week, or for last week. Is it beneficial for hedge funds to short while covering their exposure? It keeps the price from going up. We know you're not streaming with us. That's because you yourself will be out drinking the bull mayo from the teat of Lady VWAP. Express? Is Express running? I hate this stock so much. What's it worth though? Like is it worth anything? What's the most it's been worth? $13? Has it been worth more than that? Ooh. At one point it was 20? 26. This doesn't look like the chart of a historically successful company. I do like this massive inverse head and shoulders though. Ew, we failed VWAP. That's gross. Where's the fake squeeze that Super Stunk promised? Can they still cover their T+2 on downticks? Yes. I remember Express before it changed its name. It was Structure. It was a good place. I don't even know what the current place is. I don't have anything to add to the exit DD on Superstock. New Feb options to April's. Gotta stay current. Nice bithead. Did you ever get a chance to write that DD last night? No, I didn't get home till like 1 a.m. Recent pick, upright this time. Oh, much better. What's the relevance of this? Kept on playing. Opinion on XRT dividend. What about it? When is it? Do you even know? Or do you just have people just realized it has one? Most ETFs have a dividend. Can I get some reasoning again for April greater than Feb? Please, not working with much capital and picking up longer dated calls while the stock is low. Um, well, mostly because why not? More time is just less risk. Uh, Also, higher sensitivity to IV. The longer the wait to correct X, the more violent the window will be, correct? Yes. Any count of GME holders on month per month as issue comes out? Just a thought. How is that? How is that a count of GME holders? Isn't that subscribers to Game Informer? Like these people don't have to fucking like these people don't necessarily own stock at all, right? Most of them are probably children. What does it mean to fail view up? It means we're unable to sustain a price point above our weighted average. Should we expect more volume? This seems like it's dry and they don't want to push it. Yeah, I think they don't want to push it. Yeah, I mean the shorts would have to pay the dividend to any open the shorts would have to pay the dividend to on any current shares borrowed and outstanding. I think that on my TA, that bottom squiggly indicator is a measure of liquidity. When it's trending on the positive side, it means the price moves faster than volume, indicating illiquidity. Okay. I started getting Game Informer magazine. Not sure why. I'm a 32-year-old child. There's a sweet poster. I mean, I'm a GameStop shareholder, and I don't care about Game Informer magazine. I definitely don't have a subscription to it. I don't know the last time I held a magazine in my hand. Just for the lulz, AMC crowd talking about a fake squeeze to 100K. Jesus Christ. Working with little capital, only a few options positions. Should I exercise as soon as the contract is worth enough for me to do so? Or should I wait? I mean, I guess that would depend on if the price keeps going up or not, Space Gravy. It comes with your power up rewards. I don't have those. Is today gonna be 12 plus 69 day? I don't know. It's just flat right now, which is better than down or way down, like everything else. Oh my god, Jim Cramer has COVID. Well, he's gonna die. XRT dividend is 7 to 9 times higher than it usually is. Would that be significant? Yeah, that's pretty significant. The fact that 100K is what they call a fake squeeze is just hilarious. If holders start subscribing and the magazine provides the subscription number updates, it can be useful if holders actually subscribe and the count goes up every month. Come on, you're not a Power Up Pro member? Fuck no. I don't own a console. And I buy basically all my games on Steam. If I even play games that aren't free already. Like the game I last played was Team Fight Tactics, and that doesn't require buying it from anywhere. And I haven't actually bought a game since I bought GameStop. Hey, I bought my fucking webcam from them. Is this thing on? And it was 26 cents cheaper on Amazon. Can we do a TFT stream soon? I don't know. I haven't played it in a long time. They price match? Damn it. That sounds like too much effort, though. BlackRock doesn't offer any rewards for being a member. The new patch was so good. Just hit plat. Congrats, dude. Yeah, I heard the new patch is super awesome, but I don't have time to play it. Well, if you think, I guess if you think of your shares as like the reward mechanism, you can get cash back on your GameStop purchases by shopping there. Hello, Greg. I think I am mod potential. No, popcorn trader. You're not. But it's okay. You could play it on this stream. No, because we're doing stock stuff. I can't. Did IRNT stop going up? Bastard. Hello, Greg. I think I am not mod potential. That's correct, because you're a Dan. This is exactly how you never get modded. You just got to shitpost and cross your fingers until he picks you. Carl times me out. There's only one proper response from this Dan. Check Pigeon Whale chat. I timed you out, President Darth Dan. That wasn't Carl. Where the fuck did you get that sweater? Oh man. It's a shawl. Thank you. But where did you get a shawl? Why do you pronounce Carl? What am I supposed to say? Carl? Carl? Carl. I'm gonna start calling him Charles. Has there ever been a day where you didn't look at the GME chart? No. I even looked at it yesterday. Twice. Coral? It's Carl, not Carl. If they short while they covered it, does that push exposure to a later date? No, no. It's like Jarl, but Carl. How does SLD work? I don't know. Money needs to be deposited, and that causes ouchy down downs in the market. I found one of your old school photos. You should check it out. Yeah. Why do I have a mustache? Also, I'd appreciate you not digging into my personal life like this, average Joe. It makes me uncomfortable. How does an IV play work? You wait for IV to go up and then you sell. First day of BlackRock. Is it okay to tell people that their children are ugly? Like, if you have an ugly child, don't you need to raise it differently? Don't forget to stop by the office for the Christmas party and pick up your Christmas bonus, the special cash envelope. Thanks, Larry. Looks like the beard came in over the summer after third grade. I just had a look, and we looked exactly like this last year and only ran at 4:30 after hours. Any thoughts on the Tootsie Roll Sugar Daddy tweet from RC? Same January run up as GME. Probably similar ETFs or something like that. Maybe ownership. I don't know. Maybe he invested in fucking Tootsie Roll. Low IV for GameStop in the last few quarters has been around 80. IV 30 has been around 80-ish at the money. Um, high is like, 150, 200. Double bond. Be gentle. I know not this TA you speak of. Only if you offer a solution. Pandoro or Panettone? I don't really like fruity breads or cakes. So 90 to 110. Yeah, it's not terrible. Ivy's not very high right now. I can't take this anymore. Taking the loss on my 800 shares. Okay, see you later, John. You had a good round. Can you please say audibly for people that a fake squeeze isn't a thing? Oh, there's no such thing as a fake squeeze. Any thoughts on the shit tweet by RC? Do you think he was trying to tell us that a healthy digestive system is key for MOASS? Sure. I bought some weeklies this morning already. It doesn't matter if they got margin called on a fake squeeze. The fucking ECF rebalancing and FOMO would get out of control so fucking fast they wouldn't be able to even if in all their hubris they thought that they could somehow control a squeeze on GameStop. Like they would just get absolutely destroyed by institutional FOMO, retail FOMO. ETF rebalancing as the market cap on GameStop rocketed upwards. How long have I been doing this on YouTube? Since April. Oh, awesome, Brian Ebel. They're pretty good, if I do say so myself. They're pretty good DDs. Mouse is the way a lot along the way. The fake squeeze thing is very simple. It's the inner working thoughts of people that don't understand how the market works and are scared of the reality of a squeeze happening. You guys understand that like $1,000 a share, GameStop becomes one of the most valuable companies in the world, right? Like, do you think that just happens with no effect on the market? I don't even know what that is, NyQuil. 200 are coming in since Friday. Shiftsearch.com, which I didn't even check today, but lots of 155 puts today for this Friday, but also lots of calls. Call volume winning out a lot. Also, $80 puts are being sold. Yeah, looks like a lot of 155 puts bought for this Friday. So a little bit of price suppression today. Jimmy hits a few $1,000s. You're gonna buy deep out of the money puts to capture the downside movement. I mean, the IV is gonna be astronomical on this. If you were gonna buy those, you'd want to buy them like now, not later. Did they unload all those puts from last week? They unloaded all the weekly puts. That's on July 200Cs. Probably fine. It seems a bit like you're paying for a lot of theta that you're not going to use there, though. Do you think JPM was counterparty to any failed rollovers? I don't know. Maybe. The price per share goes way up. It should only be maybe that's a good way opportunity and a good way for me to explain kind of like how they use futures to hedge ETFs, right? So if you're like XRT and you've printed, 60 million shares of GameStop this year, right? Or whatever. This is arbitrary number. You can use futures to say, well, I still have those 60 million shares because I have the right to them in the future. Oh, wait, this isn't even showing up. Hold on. I know. Epic Pen's failing again. So, something to consider. Berkshire Hathaway. If Berkshire doesn't have a, like, Berkay doesn't have a large float. No. Um, yeah, Berkshire only has 1 million shares. So where volume, where rep? This is just the first day of the T+2 window. And they usually, historically, do not cover on Monday. No, they don't own them, but they promise them. I mean, it's not 60 million shares, right? But it's some number. Does SLD end on Friday or Monday? I thought it would end on Friday. I think it ends today. Or maybe it ends. No, it ends Friday. The effects are felt today. Puts on Berkshire when Buffett dies. Yeah, and then buy the bottom. What would it look like if they didn't cover? There's no FTD. Oh man, this is gamma exposure, not FTDs. They're not the same thing. I don't know if Berkay has an options chain. I've never looked. Probably not. Berk B probably does. So the counterparty promises the shares but has no ability to deliver. Well, you don't have to deliver if you keep rolling it forward, right? Anything worth rewinding for that wasn't covered yesterday? Probably not. Berk B has options. That makes more sense. Did you only buy 6 weeklies? No. But I only bought 6 weeklies on WeBull. I don't have any money left in WeBull now. What kind of timing are you thinking of for 950? Ideally, somewhere near the peak of a run. What do you think of T12 turning off the buy button unless you let them lend your shares? I don't really have any thoughts on it. They've been kind of a shitty broker from the get-go, right? Does WeBull not flag you for PDT? For what? I don't have a margin account. What are your most referenced EMAs? Like for the daily? 30, 60, 120 usually. Sometimes 90. 30, 60, 90, 120. Options through Fidelity or another broker? I actually don't like trading options on Fidelity. It's a pain in the ass. But they're solid. There's nothing wrong with them. Sadly, all in, so I can't average down with no money. Fair. Is the inverse supercalifragilisticexpialidocious squeeze that JP Morgan promised us? Does your cash settle same day on an account with WeBull? Your cash only settles same day if you have margin. It doesn't settle same day, right? I mean, you can wire transfer and have your cash settle same day. The theory is they dip it as low as they can before they cover. Ideally. What happens on Wednesday? What do you mean? Are you secretly hoping we can keep this slow drain open through tomorrow? So you can pick up 200 weeklies for like 10 cents? I don't know if they'd get that cheap. Maybe. Lots of December Jan in the money put spot. When? Just now? The December ones are for this Friday. The Jan ones were sold off. The OI went down by 500. So they're selling January 140s, which is bullish. Sell to close. Reddit update? Not a lot to say right now, is there? I'll give it a few more minutes. See if we find a floor. $144.31 for the low. Possible. Would it make any sense to close a single Feb 500 and move into a couple Jan 450s on a dip? I don't know why you'd do that. SFYF borrow fee could drop from 176 to 0.3. It happened at 10:15 Eastern. Probably, I would imagine that a large number of shares are returned. Would you average down Feb 300s further or hedge with more Febs closer to the money? No, I'd probably average down my 300s. Any TA insight on possible landing point for the SPY end of week? Usually on the SLD days, the SPY. Let's see. How did we do in November? We were down for about 5 days before we came back. This like 450 resistance is pretty strong. I I mean ideally it finds some support there. If not, I would say down here on the EMA 120 on the daily. So 447. Somewhere in this range I'd expect we'd find support on the SPY. If it fell through that, that would be significant. IBK are down 115K. They were at 100,000 this morning before market opens. So they're up 15,000. Delt 150. It looks like we're finding some support at 150. Still need to break that like 160, 250 to confirm a breakout from that bounce. I'm buying deep out of the money calls for Ivy plays. Do you buy to open or buy to close? Buy to open. Sell to close. Does the VIX seem low for the current SPY? It's coming up. It gapped up, didn't it? Kind of ran up a bunch overnight. Yeah, it gapped up huge. Okay, so it does look like we found support at 150. What do you expect to see covering anytime over the next 2 days? I mean, historically, they cover on Tuesday and Wednesday. Um, November was weird, right? Because they ran it Thursday, Friday to hedge, and then it ran Monday and Tuesday morning. But generally speaking, like August was on Tuesday. May, I believe, was on a Tuesday as well. We could look. August was definitely on a Tuesday. August was on the 24th. Um, May 25th was I think May it ran Monday and Tuesday. Yeah. The biggest run was on Wednesday though, in May. Was on the 26th. That was the most price improvement. Um, March, or I'm sorry, Feb was I believe Feb also ran on a like Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Feb ran on a Wednesday as well. Generally Tuesday around 12:30. Yeah. Sometimes in pre-market. Usually these exposure windows kick off in pre-market. What do you think happens on the ETF Leap and GB exposure window on Wednesday? I think the price will go up. Moasmus. Any chance of a repeat of the holiday deferment shenanigans from Thanksgiving? I don't know if we actually saw any deferment or if gamma exposure was just really low. Sick coyote. There were deferments available to them, but I don't know how much of that we saw. And honestly, like the effects of that couldn't play out for a long time, so it'd be very hard for us to even know definitively if it was deferred or not. But the deferment was available to them, so I'm sure they took advantage of it. December 17th has no deferment, so I don't see how they would do that. Like November 19th, which was the last date in question, was deferred. It had a FINRA deferment. But December 17th does not. Yep, no problem. My weekly is taking a beating. That's all right. You'll be fine. Or you won't. I don't know. Don't buy weeklies. Did they split covering on November 3rd and 23rd to avoid MOASS? No. November 3rd was ETF FTDs. That they panic covered because of BBBY's announcement to do a share buyback. Do you think the US markets are down today because of how hard India and Asia were down last night? Probably. I mean, that's definitely an effect. Will you open a pickle company when you're rich? Probably not. Is there a lot of profit in pickles? Mm. Wouldn't they have T plus 2 from the 17th, though? They do. Which means so they have the 20th, 21st, 22nd. This is T plus 2 from the 17th. All orders Must be submitted by market open. Wednesday. And the reason we look at all of Wednesday is because they can use dark pools to shift the timing on those. So, if they place the order in a dark pool first thing in the morning, then they've fulfilled their obligation to cover within T+2, but that order may not print until later in the day. When we have seen them cover on Wednesdays, it usually does occur later in the day. How would it be deferred? There is no deferment for the 17th. There was a deferment in November. Yes, I sell pickles for $10 and it costs 79 cents to make a jar. I own a pickle company. What the fuck, turd? I thought, what happened to parking lots? I mean, but what about what about shipping? Are you shipping the pickles? What's this distribution network? Kombucha? Should make kombucha pickles. What? Oh my god. Okay. Can you just sound off in chat if you don't understand the difference between gamma exposure and FTDs? Please, dear God. I've been watching you since you started, and I don't understand anything. All right, because I keep getting. Are they covering FTDs? And what's the other question? Is this the FTDs? When do they usually cover FTDs? So let me try to dismiss all of these questions simultaneously. And then 500 more times after this is over. This exposure period is for gamma exposure. From options. As is, November 19th, the run that happened after that, the run that happened in August, May, Feb, last November. Okay. All of our big spikes in price action over the last year have begun with gamma exposure. Now, whenever we have a lot of volatile price movement because the stock is illiquid, that then creates FTDs as they use synthetic positions to hedge that exposure and or cover it. right? And those FTDs then happen afterwards. So exposure creates FTDs. The FTDs happen later in the cycle. Okay? Fuck you, Carl. Explain what causes gamma exposure. Writing naked options and having the price move. No, this is gamma. We're in a gamma exposure period from quad witching. What do they clear FTDs with? Mostly, probably mostly CNS if the volume is available. I mean, there's still gamma exposure even if they hedge properly, right? Just less, far less of it. So exposure equals synthetic hedge equals FTDs. Sure, close enough. How is gamma exposure different from delta hedging? Delta hedging occurs while the contract is still open. Gamma exposure is what happens when the contract was not properly hedged, or if the contract's value was higher than the hedge. All right. That seems like a sufficient explanation. I will clip it. What can we look at that indicates gamma exposure? There is no real data available to you. You can look at Yelya's DD, but most of that, any market gamma exposure or exposure on market makers is pretty hard data to find. You need something that models the options chain and the exposure, but the hedge is still an unknown, right? So even then, even with the data, you can't accurately predict the amount of exposure they have, unless they're remaining truly delta neutral, which they aren't. Can you explain what caused Feb 24th's 200% and 2-hour run up? Was that caused by FTDs from Jan run up? And should we expect the same if we don't MOASS this January? No, it was caused by gamma exposure from options expiration of Feb monthlies that expired on February 19th of last year. I do have dozens of this same clip and explanation. So is there less gamma exposure because they drove the price down? No, not necessarily, because either way. So normally, yes, but because they don't hedge GameStop shares with real shares, they only use synthetics. The effect is the same. because they use creation to hedge, right? That forces a buyback either way. So whether they're hedging puts or calls, the buyback is the same. So with puts, they have to buy shares back. With calls, they need to they need to buy in order to reduce their gamma exposure. Please excuse my lack of knowledge. I spend all day pretending to work, and it's quite exhausting. Thanks, Seth. Oh, they don't hedge properly. That's why it's such a huge advantage for retail to buy options, because it's not necessarily that they don't want to hedge properly. It's because they can't, because GameStop is illiquid as fuck. So even if they wanted to buy shares to hedge with, there are none. They match the orders, so it's net settlement, right? So if they have a bunch of buy orders that or sell orders that have FTD'd, then they match them with buy orders over time. So without volume, they can't facilitate this process. Jan, we hit 84%. I mean, the borrow rate can spike very, very quickly. I don't think there's that many shares available of GameStop to borrow. Wayne Girk mega clip amalgamation in the style of Sinclair media statement. How do you know they use synthetics to hedge? Because the FTD data shows that. So within T+2 of the exposure being hedged and 35 calendar days, we see large spikes in FTDs. These are consistent. Back when it was, one or two times, this was a coincidence, but, it happens every single time. Same is true for ETF exposure. And these spikes in FTDs are significantly over the baseline, thousands of percents higher. And so it really leaves. And also, we don't see the borrow rate on GME increase, which implies that no shares are being borrowed from the SEC lending pool, right? So all of the hedging is done through creation and bona fide market making, and it's not being done with the underlying. Actually, I think that the lack of increase in the borrow rate is the best indicator that they continue to hold a long short position on GameStop, because they avoid that shit like the plague. Currently, Fidelity's got about 2 million shares out on a long short, which is the most I've seen borrowed and held for any period of time since March. We should see those shares returned after this gamma exposure is dealt with. How do you measure illiquidity? Bid-ask spread is generally a good way. Also, volume traded, uh, consistently lower and lower volume, which can be seen, on the weekly scale with GameStop pretty easily. If we look at, or maybe I should do daily. If you look at GME's volume since January, it's been on a constant downtrend to the point where its volume is almost non-existent. Yeah, the price has mostly continued up until the recent short attack in the last couple of weeks. We've maintained a price above our 200-day moving average. Hulk for MOASS. Thank you, VWAP Disciple. Can I borrow 5 Dillionaire memberships to fund real-time market data for my charts? Do you have those pen pad things to write on screen, or are you just a master of the mouse? I have a tablet that I write on. If the illiquidity is such they can't find shares to hedge, how will the run up occur? Or is this the process of them trying to hedge what constitutes the run up? This process is if they can't find shares to hedge, so they can't create them synthetically, and they can't buy the underlying, they blow up their margin, right? They need to hedge to some degree because they write naked calls. Naked calls have infinite loss potential, and so if the price moves and they haven't hedged that price movement, they lose. The losses are massive, and they're on options, so they're at 100 times the rate of movement in the underlying. Yeah, retail's always buying, but not much. Retail, like if you look at like non-block orders on like the time and sales day to day, it's pretty low. Like retail buys constantly, but it's not a significant part of our daily volume. Most of our daily volume comes from options or shorting. Don't they just CDOs, credit default obligations, swap the FTDs? That's not really how that works. No. T plus 35 is 35 calendar days or market open days because T plus 2 is market open, right? T plus 35 is 35 calendar days. T plus 2 is trading days. So on the 35th calendar day, it is due by market open. Yeah, get people to sell off their options. Also, they have 2 more days that they can cover. I've heard a lot of chatter about grandmas exposing themselves. When would be the most opportune moment for you to buy in? Now. I'm sure we see higher call interest happening today. Yeah, call interest is much higher today. Put interest is picking up, but yeah, call interest is still high. 7.3 versus $5.1 million. Is there any mechanism in place to limit the number of synthetics they can generate? No. I mean, ETFs that contain GameStop going on the reg show threshold list for more than 13 days severely impacts the number of synthetics they can generate. So that's That's bullish. That's why the XRT inclusion and the meme inclusion into the reg show threshold list are so important. So is JPM bullish on GME and its posturing? Yeah, that's a big, like, it's like a big signal move, right? Like, to go that long with no put contracts is just like a bullish bet, right? That's a big one. It's $13 million. Game exposure is gonna make me dumb rich, or the Hulk. Either way, it's bullish. Thank you, VWAP Dan Saipo. On T plus 365, we rise again. Dude, it feels like watching After Hours right now. Yeah, it's volume's low as fuck. What's with the goofy 1,375,000 Doji Friday at 16:01? Oh, there was a shitload of aftermarket movement on Friday. There's a limit. It's called margin. Yeah. Is the whole PFOF thing overhyped, or does it have a debilitating impact on the MOASS thesis? I don't think it affects the MOASS thesis. I think there's, it's not good for retail, right, to have all of our trades front run and to net no benefit from the arbitrage on them. I mean, we're holding stable against a significant downturn in the market right now, which is awesome, right? Like, I think this is pretty bullish, at least as far as today is concerned. You get the day off Friday. How do you feel about it? It's cool. I'd rather trade stocks, but yeah, for JPM, it's not a lot of money. But yeah, the fact that it's unhedged is significant. Would the price exceed $100,000? It's possible. Yeah. Myrna dead. Sure. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Myrna looks like it's just been dead all day. Probably failing its like overnight breakout. Uh, back to like it could drop as low as 282. May continue its uptrend. It's hard to say. But yeah, not looking great. It's definitely gonna need another bounce. Where that happens, I don't know. It could happen here, like it could be happening right now. I wrote an entire DD on it. Handsome Colby. It's like a 3-part DD. It's like 30 pages. BBIG bouncing after a really sharp pennant shape. Cool. Can you tip your hat and say Moderna? I'm up $1,000 on a put this morning on mRNA. Nice, windmill. Thoughts on Feb 300s? Cheap right now. Video calls are back on the menu. Zoom coming back for my 250 average. How do people keep determining what price the squeeze might reach? Is there anything technical behind it or just guesses? Pure speculation. MJ Whelan. Anybody who's like GameStop's gonna go to this price has no fucking clue. There's no way to tell. You can use technical analysis, but it doesn't really tell you anything. Because it's like a black swan event, right? There's no way to determine what the price could go to. Very, very high. That's a pretty good guess. Do you think it's possible or likely that JP is short via some hidden or undiscovered method to hedge? Doesn't appear that way. Um, like what method? So you're saying that like the long position is in fact a hedge against something else? It might be a hedge against the downturn in the market. Um, Read your DD, not impressed. I don't have anything to offer. I just want to fire you up for a rant so that the stock runs. I think this will be a repeat of November's price action. No. Probably following the discussion over the weekend on the Discord, I saw a post on our options today spreading the good word of Gherk. Cool. How do we know for certain that JP Morgan doesn't hold puts on GME? They would have been reported as part of their 13F filing. Yeah, they don't. I mean, they could, but they didn't announce that, which is leading, right? It could be a hedge against their exposure as a prime. It's all of these things are possible. But that's not the signal they're giving out, right? They're talking about short squeezes. They're announcing like full on bull positions. Uh, I mean, you take what you want from it. It doesn't really matter, right? If it's a hedge or if it's not. The signal is seen as what it is. Do you think price would exceed 100K with all the excess shares? Sure, that's possible. I could see it going higher than that with the amount of share lockup. If Citadel goes under, who takes over as MM? Either Virtu or Goldman. Although the SEC report indicates that Virtu is also internalizing orders for GameStop. Ugh. My throat's getting super dry. No, not croissant flakes. Yeah, absolutely. Cough burp. What's up? By the way, what's up, cough burp? Guys, cough burp in the house. Do you think we get higher volume in a day during MOASS than we did in January? Maybe. We don't need the volume. The volume's not relevant for our price action because of our illiquidity. I'm not sick. Oh, fuck you, is this thing on? Your useless comments. Provide nothing of value in here. XRT is a major shorter of us. Why is the price still being held down? Other ETFs. Oh, they can still short through XRT today. XRT hasn't been on the threshold list for 13 days yet. Not sure if front run, but what would you be looking at during a potential squeeze to identify when they're near the top? Knowing when to start stair stepping out of our options stocks. VWAP? Not VWAP, just consolidation after a significant period of running up. I outlined it pretty fully in my DD G Trader 0117, my exit DD. If you want to look at it, it's on my Reddit profile. If you could take a glance and correct me where I'm wrong, that would be appreciated. Yeah, Super Serial, can you send me a DM on Discord so I with a link to it, and that way I have somewhere to get in touch with you. That way I don't just like if there is something wrong, I'm not just like bashing you in the comments. Yeah, you can also check the spurt video for live action exit strategy. What data, other than the run over the next few days, are you looking for to confirm your theory? If we don't run in the next few days, would you consider your theory debunked? No. It would be a big hit, but I don't think it would be debunked. It's already got so many other uh points of proof at this point that it would be a deviation from expected price action. But, so was them shorting us down to, $140 from, 250 2 weeks prior. I guess that would indicate that they are not using ETFs to hedge the downside position, but only the upside position. If there is no exposure, but I'll wait and see how that plays out, obviously. I could probably wait until they're cheaper. I mean, they're being held for now, right? And then there's a lull period where they can be bought back. I know it's mostly speculation, but are you still feeling around 600 would be where margin calls start being significant? I mean, I think us breaking 350 is pretty important. All right, thanks, Super Serial. Looking for 13F again. Not only did JPM disclose a long position with no hedge, but they increased their stock position 103%, calls 258%, and sold off all put holdings, covering 218,600 shares. Yeah, it's super fucking bullish. OG rules. It's definitely it is not a signal of a cautious entry, right? It's just like JP Morgan slapping a bunch of money on the table and going, this bitch is going to run. Will you continue the streaming after this is over? I feel like I've learned a lot this last year. I don't know. Probably not. If it stays at this level by Thursday, I'm buying more. The hold on my multi-$1,000 check expires. Why is there a spike at open and then a drop all the way back? I don't know. It could be like morning computer share buying or some shit. Have you seen AA's latest tweet? I think so. Is it the one where he's in the corn? It's fucking stupid. Can we get a song to the tune of "Do You Want to Build a Snowman?" about listeners asking when MOASS? No. Just waiting for GME to start running, and then then to see your "I told you so" face. Me too. Yeah, I mean, I think the extreme downward pressure that was applied over the last couple of weeks was in order to keep as many naked calls out of the money as possible running into this exposure period. Um, it was desperate, to say the least. And in doing so, likely put XRT and the meme ETF on the threshold list, possibly more ETFs popping up on the threshold list today. We don't even know yet. What price did JPM buy GME at? I'm not sure. Higher than we're at now, I think. Yeah, probably. Smokescreen to lure weekly calls and crush them. I doubt it. Like JPM probably doesn't make a lot of money off of weekly calls. Like, and also the premiums on weeklies aren't very significant. Especially without an IV spike. You should check Citigroup's chart at March 2020 levels. First big institution to fall. That wouldn't be good for. Maybe. JPM bought around this level, maybe around 160. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a strong case for a purchase at this price point. Like that's, I don't think risk management would stop that trade. You call it trading sideways. AMC ripping on Adam Aaron tweet as of 20 minutes ago. Yeah, just turning around. These stocks aren't moved by news. Is my desk dusty? Maybe. I don't really consider that. No, you know what it is? My throat's just super dry, and I've been talking nonstop for 8 months. When it comes to modding things, I expect Secure to handle it professionally. When I expect a bag of boxed wine to be chugged, I figure Carl's got it covered. Why the timeout mods? I don't know why you got timed out, Dr. K. Are we rooting for the SPY to rip or drop this week, or it doesn't have an effect on weekly run for us based on your theory? It shouldn't. I think we have in the past moved inverse to the market on some of our runs. Let me check. This is pretty easy. The market ran with us the market started to fail on the 23rd, 22nd, 23rd in November. If we go to August, market was up on August. Check May. May market was coming up. All of these right out of the SLD dip, right? So as soon as the market bounces out of that SLD dip, Feb should be interesting. So Feb was a green day for the market. So yeah, on none of these runs have we really inversed the beta or like generated negative beta. Which makes sense, right? Because if you're covering ETF baskets, they're covering it market wide, right? Or exposure. Butterfly, is this negative beta? All right. I'm ready for you to buy 7 million GME shares. Exit your CS and Wetzel's Pretzels position. Let's fire it up. Never. Is it straight from the source? My ears are dry. I've been listening nonstop for 8 months. Thank you, Alethea. How come Jimmy is just bouncing against 150 right now? Because nothing's happening. Everyone knows that like nothing has to happen today, right? Today can be flat and uneventful completely. We could run towards close. There's a lot of things that can happen today, but none of them have to be bullish. It's not a requirement. We can do all of our running in pre-market and throughout tomorrow. We could do all of it on Wednesday. Or we could run a little bit tomorrow and then the majority on Wednesday. If you bought weeklies, dumb. I bought weeklies. It was dumb. I'm bullish as fuck on them, but it's still dumb, and I know it. Did Goldman give you a bona fide market maker status yet? No. $270K option puts for Jan 20 next year. People thought they were waking up to 350 pre-market today. It was a bullish weekend, but like not all of that needs to be realized immediately, right? We still expect the stock to do the majority of its big ups in January. Or at least I do. I mean, I don't know what you guys are expecting, but that's where I'm looking. What happened with the stock this past weekend? Well, nothing. It didn't trade over the weekend. How could a weekend be bullish? I know, but yet it is. It's just bullish news over the weekend, right? With XRT and meme getting added to the threshold list. That's significant and affects GameStop. JP Morgan going big long is also important and significant. Did you see the CNBC hit attempt by Kramer against Adam Aaron today? No. I put the last $30 on a weekly $300 strike. I'm either eating Taco Bell or Soup Kitchen tonight. Nice, Norman. I think it's important to add that weeklies are dangerous because of how much you need to babysit your position. Yeah, that too. I like this. I like that we've found a bottom and we're coming back up. This is a good sign for moving later into the day. Sorry, here we're starting to come back up. Off of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This 11 bottom. 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. All right. Has anyone made a DD to explain all the Dan lore? They have, Papa Joe. Over on the R Dillionaires subreddit, you can find all the books of Dan currently published. It's an interesting day, to say the least. Hmm. Possible topic for today: halts, friend or foe? I mean, it's good that the price went up 10% in a short enough period of time that a halt happened. Foe in the sense that the volatility afterwards and the psychological break from market action makes people bearish and paper handed. Generally, upside halts will open back up to the downside and people get freaked out. If we're having upside halts and they're opening to the upside, ooh boy, we're going to the moon. Buy murder puts for 21.57 at 10, sell them at 33.98 at 12. You are doing it correctly, Windmill Willie. After Reddit IPO and mass migration out of Superstonk, what will become of Reddit? No one will leave. It will only get bigger, and there will be more ads. Nobody gives a shit if Reddit IPOs. They're already owned by Tencent, so it's not like they haven't been evil for a long time. You know, you're not entirely wrong, Danrod. I was once in love with someone named Danielle, and well, I don't know if my heart was broken, but I didn't like it. Just limit up. These diamond hands are made for Holden, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days, these hands are gonna squeeze all over you. Hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. Beautiful. Nancy Sinatra reference. Is that right? Yeah. God, I have too many useless facts in my brain. I didn't get cucked, actually. What you find attractive in your 20s is completely different than what you find attractive in your 30s and 40s. I disagree. For me, nothing's really changed. I think weeklies for next week, a terrible idea. They could be. Will that be the biggest short squeeze in the history, or the MOASS term is just hype based? I mean, the potential's there. Is that what you like about high school girls? They stay the same age? No, that's Matthew McConaughey. Um, Not me. I don't. I can't deal with that kind of immaturity. Also illegal. Well, not always, but mostly. All right, all right, all right. I need them old and bold. I see you're a connoisseur of the vintage. The vintage. Well, I married my best friend. Now we have 2 kids. Are you still best friends? Borrowed 85K shares. Cool. No, nothing halted. I've never been a MILF hunter. It was definitely for the best, Trash Dan. There were things I was going to say that I chose not to. Unlike me, clearly being. I'm not. He is. He said he liked them old and bold. I'd prefer now. Are we? Is this what today's turning into? Low volume, and we're gonna ponder the meaning of love, life, happiness. All right, I'm in. Trash Dan, don't you dare patronize me. That's what I meant. This is getting super weird. Okay, first of all, sleep tech and value. Clearly, you haven't spent a lot of slow days on this stream. It gets really weird. It's important to sort this stuff out before becoming rich. Fair. Blonde or dark? What? Hair? I don't care. I don't like to be pasteurized. You're correct, Dr. K. What are your thoughts on the Abacure warp drive? Uh, the the idea of bending space time to facilitate faster than light travel is interesting, Aaron. Um, but not possible, right? We don't have the materials. Antimatter? Didn't somebody create a warp bubble recently? I thought I heard that. or read it somewhere. I'm all about it. I'll get the fuck off this planet in a heartbeat. Prefer thermostat temperature 64. Straight black, no chocolate. I can't adopt you. The meaning of life is love. Time spent with loved ones, experiencing adventures, life together. That's what everything is about. Money is just how we enable more time together and weed. Hugs. Spoken like someone who smokes a lot of weed, Pickle Morty. Um, Money's all that matters. People are irrelevant. They can be replaced. I'm not a furry. Although I did end up drunk at a hotel where there was a furry convention one time. That was a weird night. I met my husband when I was 21. He was 25. We've been together now 30 years, married for 25. I love you more today than I did then. I know, sappy. I love me more today, too, Trina. So it's. Remember when this used to be a beard talk channel? Let's talk about beards. Since I just hit puberty and my dad is out getting a pack of cigarettes, so no one is here to teach me how to shave. You just cut the hair off of your skin. It's pretty simple. I didn't partake in anything. Although I did spend a lot of time talking to someone dressed as the female version of Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't know the name of that character. Why won't GME drop into my demand zone? It doesn't want to. Thoughts on black holes possibly being the genesis of new universes? I don't know. Someone's going to have to jump in one and find out. When will decay start to really eat away at my 31st 200 strike call? Thanks to the stream throughout this week. Theta's probably kind of high on that. Why would I want to adopt an adult, though? What was circumstances should we be looking out for? There would be a warning sign that the government is about to step in and stop MOASS during MOASS. Probably frequent news articles about how retail is bankrupting the pensions of hardworking Americans. I love GameStop right now. Okay. I look forward to the day when there is room for more in my heart. Spycross VWAP, dope. Positions on GameStop have remained pretty much unchanged for the whole year. RM. Would you say that people are generally monogamous, polyamorous, or promiscuous? I would say people are generally just assholes and only concerned with themselves. Left a few hundred on the table with Myrna put. Yeah, you should be happy. You took profits, you made money. It's a job. SoFi 50 ETF SFYF follow up. The fee has been over 100% since July, has gone down below 100% until this morning. It dropped to 0.3. How is this possible? Large number of shares returned were accounted for. Is it Sonica? I don't remember the name of the character. Is it weird that April O'Neil was definitely into Turtle D? If you, yeah, I thought she was banging Casey, like the guy with the ski mask, Casey Jones. You seem grumpier and more cynical than usual. No. Casey Jones, the unemployed guy that beats people up with sweatpants and sports equipment. That's the one. True alpha male. I'm not a furry. Were you a child genius? Genius child, or did you start early because at the age of 3 you were already 6 foot, so they thought you were older? I was not 6 feet tall at the age of 3. Average Joe. 80,000 shares borrowed and I borrow, and the borrow rate dropped 0.1%. How's that work? Shares are returned elsewhere. The borrow rate is just a signal of supply and demand. Because you're my financial advisor. No, I'm not. And the rip hasn't happened yet. I regret to inform you, I'm suing you for everything you're worth. 2 shares of GME. Nothing personal, but this is the last time I take financial advice from a Best Buy employee. Ever had the young, dumb, and in love kind of relationship? If yes, was it the raw hot dog eater? You know what? It was. It was Smox Swags. You've nailed it on the head. No, I'm not a juggalo. I don't really understand what's going on there, actually. I knew someone who was a juggalo. Well, no, I knew someone whose girlfriend was a juggalette, I think. She would say things like whoop whoop and have you heard about my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Which I really didn't feel like went hand in hand, but apparently they did. I'm not Persian. Did you go to Xerxes Elementary? She did drink Fago. She was one of the most disgusting human beings I've ever met in my life. In every way. He was like, "This is my girlfriend," and I was like, "Why?" And then I didn't talk to them for a couple of years because they were together. Nowadays, they're called sugar babies. I don't want to. What? Is Rentec still in? I don't think so. Also, juggalos are like most flat earthers in it for the lulz. I mean, I've talked to some pretty convinced flat earthers. Would you please explain the importance of VWAP as an indicator for? I don't know, Senor Pants. Can you talk about when you thought millions a share was possible? Was it a piece of data or something else? It's never something I've really thought about outside of being asked, is millions a share possible? Should I cut losses on a 175 weekly or wait on 220? Why would you cut losses on a weekly today? We haven't even run yet. Nothing's happened. I saw an amazing documentary about your life starring Jake Gyllenhaal. Prince of Persia? You fucking asshole. If you have that song from the 90s girl band Hanson, not a girl band. Don't make fun of Hanson. They've only ever done good in the world. Can you yell out your meatball recipe as the last thing you do before shutting off for MOASS? I'm going to be making a cookbook of all the dishes my future servants will be making for me next year. Oh boy. Does the holiday mess up any of the cycles for this week or next? Nah. I hope you have a better MOASS plan than meatballs. No. Not right now. I'm watching with my grandma and 6 cousins. Could you explain the importance of VWAP to them? I don't want to explain the importance of VWAP to people's families. If you've been watching this long and you can't explain it yourself, I'm disappointed. You know how I feel about explaining VWAP, and it's what is with these pickle bears? Is this the furry thing? All right, whatever. Forget 510 weeklies. I'm gonna go all in on. Those don't exist, Aaron. What is a fursona? Man, I really don't understand the world of furries. I think I understand VWAP, GEX, and FTDs now, but what is the stock market? Oh boy. I think my real question now is how many people in here are furries? Oh boy. Is this... What's GameStop? I only know HNT. It's getting weird. We need price action. We really do. I'll sell all my GME right now. Are furries allowed to talk about being a furry, or is it like Fight Club? I don't know. What's a furry? I think they're like, I think they dress up in costumes and fornicate with one another. I don't know. I assume the costume has to come off. So so the furry thing's like a foreplay kind of deal. It's not my fault. Space Jam showed me Lola Bunny and it warped my fragile little mind. Now I have an insatiable quench. You have an insatiable thirst? The quench comes after. Why does GME chart have frosted tips right now? Also, yif, ooh woo. Okay, I don't. Have you heard about Morant's rants? No. Is that the girl from the movie Kick Ass? No, a YouTuber. Oh no, I don't watch YouTube. Sandwich recommendations for today. Capicola, prosciutto, and ham, turkey. No, roasted chicken breast with provolone, picante, arugula, cherry tomato, roasted red pepper, and olive oil and vinegar, red wine vinegar to finish. Would you rather be a juggalo, a furry, or live in Philly for the rest of your life? Philly. Have you ever watched The Sopranos? No. The Witcher greater than Game of Thrones? Has to be. I don't know. For me, Game of Thrones is still amazing because I've only seen up to season 5. It's ruined for everyone else. And I'll just never watch the last 2 seasons. Matt Coles. I wonder if he's going to start giving his subscribers Coles bucks or Coles cash. The chart is glitching? No, it's not. Live on Lake Havasu with 2 neighbors named Chad and Brett. And I assume in this example, Chad and Brett live together. View opt down cycle. In which case, it's not my place to judge anybody. They can do what they want. Is there an NFT dividend, or do you think MOASS will end before the record day or after? What? There's no NFT dividend. Where did you see an NFT dividend? I've never seen one. Not at any point have I seen any NFT dividends. Talk to me. What do you want me to say to you, Queen of Burr? Thank you for being a billionaire, by the way. Win Kia. Ooh, I want to get a Kia. I want to buy the Telluride. Does anybody own one? How is it? Is it comfy? Can I trade stocks in it? Isn't Hyundai same as Kia? I learned this recently. They used to be separate, but I think that's no longer true. Okay, so I've got meh and wonderful. No cars are comfy for big men. It's true, Carl. It's true. I can't actually see fully out of the windshield of my current vehicle because my head is like above the curvature of the roof. So I have to like duck to see stoplights, which is fucking annoying. More comfy, better tech. Interesting. The Hyundai Genesis SUV. I've had Hyundais before. When we're all millionaires hanging out on Girk's yacht and singing duet karaoke, I call dibs on singing Love Fool by the Cardigans with Girk. Okay, nice quick. J-Pow drives a Telluride. That's all you need to know. Sold. Done. I own a Kia Niro hybrid. It's pretty legit, comfy, low gas use. How tall are you? Are we gonna start with this shit again? I'm not 7'3". Have you looked at any of the counter duty on Meltdown? No. You know what else has low gas fees? Loop ring. Is this the an ETF heartbeat pattern? No. Smaller than I don't want. I don't want. My current car is already small, so I want the opposite of that. I'm just gonna get a king cab Toyota Tundra. And then I'm gonna. Ugh, no, I'm not. I lied. Buy the Rivian. It's dope. So trying to get me to pump your stock. I don't like Mercedes. Get an R34 Skyline. I had one once. Briefly, and then I realized that I couldn't fix it, and I sold it to someone else who wanted to fix it, and I don't know if they ever did. Yeah, my uncle was a mechanic, and one of his friends was like had one that he was working on, and I bought it off of him, and then I never had time to do anything with it, and so I sold it to another guy. It didn't have an engine in it, so it was allowed to be imported. According to Shift Search, 1.1 million in puts have been sold and 1.1 million in calls bought. How are we still going violently sideways with that? I mean, at least we're stable. No, I didn't turn it for a profit. It had no seats, no steering column, and no engine. A flex that money can't buy. Eddie Q, thank you so much, man. Yeah, if the FTDs are resolved before 13 days, then it'll fall off the list. During MOASS, will Best Buy give you an extra 5 minutes on your smoke break? Can you so you can fulfill your fiduciary duties? I don't have any. Why did you have a husk of a car? Well, because I was stupid. I think it was called. You see that car movie Matt Kors is in? Tokyo Grift. What is alpha and how does it pertain to GME? Is it useless given GME's risk? Oh. I don't really know if it's applicable. I think GameStop's like, I want to say it's like too volatile for it to matter. At least over the last several quarters. Um Although, like, the return on the ROI if you on GameStop like for this year is insane, right? So I mean, quarter over quarter, maybe not so great. If you're gonna bet when we run this week, how would you predict it plays out? After hours tonight into tomorrow. Ever driven an E46 M3? I have the or not the E46. Was it the E40? Which was the 2001? 2000 no, 2003 model. Was that the E46? I think it was. I drove the convertible one. That was a fun car. I think it might have been the E39 though. 2003 is still the E46. Oh, okay. It was like the gold color. How would you play this week through January 10th? I would cover my exposure and then short the stock as much as feasibly possible before FTDs became due. Well, when I was like 20, I liked cars, and then I grew up. I also had a Supra. It wasn't like champagne though. It was like yellow. It was like yellow gold. I want an 82 Porsche wide body. Is that the 912? I'd buy one of those. Go fuck yourself, X. AKA Widowmaker. Not a safe car to drive. Pronounce Sabaro? Yeah, with seats and an engine, ideally. Why does it ever run after hours if they need to clear X shares? Why not do it during market hours when there's more liquidity? It's a good question. I guess it doesn't matter. They just need to cover it in a timely fashion at that point because they squeeze it to the last minute. The Widowmaker, the 997? Might be. I just want you to know that you're the best, and we appreciate you more than you can ever know. Thanks for all you do. Can't wait to be rich as fuck with all of you. Thanks, Purple Hulk. Appreciate you too, man. Think we can get another $10, $20 before we rip? That'd be nice. Yeah, I'd like us to climb up a little bit today, actually. Oh, I don't like 80s Supras. 1980s car? Testarossa was 92, right? Countach? Testarossa came out in 84. Okay, then Testarossa. Who are the people, institutions watching after hours action and deciding to put sell orders when they see an upward rip? Institutions? Geo Metro? '67 Plymouth Fury 3. Jesus Christ. That was my first car, Trina. uh, that's funny. I, that thing is fucking gigantic. You can fit like 20 people in that. My second car was a Toyota Celica convertible. It was a piece of shit. The rear windshield was all blistered out. You couldn't see out of it because they were plastic. 84 Silverado two-tone C10. Interesting. I'm okay with any American cars made before 72. After that, though, I would never buy one. Potential gap at 138? I don't think so. I think we filled it. '93 Lexus GS 300 because you want to own the same car forever. Or is that no? That's the LS 400. No. '65 Shelby Cobra. Go Pontiac Aztec, offend everyone. Why not Subaru Baja? My dad thought I'd be safe. None of those cars were safe. You get in a forward collision, you just get impaled on the steering column. Shelby GT 350 so that I don't die in a Cobra. Porsche Spider. I once had a Dodge Colt. If anybody's familiar with that vehicle. I can't even get in a Honda Del Sol. Happy holidays to you and your family. Thank you for all you've been doing. Thanks, Corey. I appreciate that, man. I'd get a Porsche 914/6 if I could find one. Do you think gap theory is a natural mechanism? It's desired by the market maker. It's not natural. Happy birthday. Thank you, Anthony. No, the Eagle Talon was like, wasn't the Eagle Talon the knockoff of the Mitsubishi Eclipse? Oh, the Eagle had all-wheel drive. Interesting. How could NYSE help with liquidity? What action can they take? None. The only people that can take action to help with liquidity are the shareholders or the company. Can you give us a quick refresher of what you expect this week? I've messed it up on my own head, admittedly. I expect us to go up at some point and then maybe back down. Thanks, man. Shared platform. Nice. So out of the money weeklies, I got some. 180, 200, and 220. Most likely to the right, man. Didn't they do another one like the Dodge? What was it? The Dodge Stealth and the Mitsubishi like GT 3000 or whatever. 3000 GT. Why would you be 6 foot tall and own a Miata? The heart wants what the heart wants, so I own two Miatas. Do you wear the other one like a helmet? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you love Fast and the Furious growing up? Well, when the first movie came out, it was dope. And then by the time the second movie came out, I was too old to give a fuck. I don't know. I bought some $7 calls expiring at the end of this week. Best Assassin's Creed game? Never played any of them. Wait, no, I played the first one. It was Sobs are pieces of shit. Sob is AMC. I was concerned they would dip and bleed calls. Didn't we talk about this on Friday? I feel like Friday we specifically discussed them dipping the price and trying to bleed calls into the early part of the week. This consolidation is fucking weird, right? 1269. Woo. What do share prices with 4 decimals mean in the order book? Nothing. Can you stretch out the chart really tall so it looks exciting? Sure. Is this MOASS? No. Honest opinion on Herbie Fully Loaded 2005 with Lindsay Lohan. 3 out of 10. Must be shilling. This is clearly MOASS. Patience. They want people to sell their calls, right? That's the goal. No, if you're not utilizing the margin, the shares are yours. If you have no margin utilization, will you lease out your yacht for passive income or keep it for yourself only? I'm not letting other people fucking dirty up my yacht. Greg, I was able to get over your Chicago style pizza bashing this morning, but I've owned 6 different Saabs that broke down, and I can tell you that they're great Swedish cars. Thank you, Sweet and Sour 06. They're like jets. You play any spy puts? I have VIX calls. toothbrushes, electric or manual? Both. Our Vicks call is better than spy pets. They're not, but they're cheaper. Your arms are much whiter than your face. I bleached them. 40k call volume for today, an average delta of 0.25 puts us at 1 million volume hedge. Is this all call wars again? Yeah, it looks that way. Calls have no profit limit. That's correct. Favorite private jet manufacturer? Boeing. I'm just gonna get a 747, scoop the insides out, and make it fun. Like Air Force One. What's Air Force One? Is that a 767? Favorite private jet manufacturers? Ooh, here we go. We're doing a thing. Hold on. No, I'm not getting a camera for my calves, chicken tender daddy. I had a question. When I'm on an option strat, what IV is beneficial for Feb March 2020 strike calls? I'm still learning how to navigate, read these charts. You mean like for an entry or for an exit? Have you seriously looked at the logistics of owning a yacht? Yeah. It's actually pretty affordable if you're living on it 24/7. If I get a big enough yacht, it can be my home. Excuse me, Sears is up 50%. Give it time. Jimmy will do its thing. And when it does, it will be spectacular, like it always is. God, so quickly does everyone lose faith in the theory that hasn't played out yet. That sounds amazing, Trey Subway Cup. Are we going to drive it onto the beach? Like in Santa Monica and just chill? Can we get striped like bicycle shorts that come in like blue and neon pink while we're at it? Are HYG puts an interesting play? Mm, they're interesting. I have TLT puts. Don't check my Discord DM. You've been warned. Ew. I don't know what that is, but I hate it. Boadil. 4 hours into Monday market open. You're a liar. It's supposed to rip. This is usually how it goes. And then it rips, and then nobody sells at the top, and then they're like, you son of a bitch. I'm used to it. Pharaoh Kenny refused to free the poors. Gherkin Moasses threatened them with plagues. The first unleashed millions of frags upon his stronghold citadel. Head and shoulders on the spy daily. No. Double top. It'll just come back. The market doesn't move within those parameters necessarily. Oh, failed view up. Yes, I did, Trina. It had a giant hole in the side of it where the Bondo had fallen out. Oh boy. That one's for the Matt Cores channel. Dan for hire. Bass is over, guys. That was it. You did. Yeah, you missed it. I'm just gonna start freaking you guys out by turning my camera and mic off every time the stock starts to run. I think that'll be fun. Why is GME underperforming AMC on the daily? Who cares? Here comes the fake squeeze. That's not true, A user. I'm good with my hands. Looking at VIX last year compared to this year, it goes from 21.57 on both Fridays, gaps up and closes around 25 like it is today. I'm not looking at AMC. I hate these days where we're sideways. They're the worst. Way down. I don't know. Dropping really hard's also a pain in the ass because everyone's like, why are my shares worth less? Help. This is gonna go on forever. I can't believe I bought this stock. And then it goes back up and everyone's like, it goes up $1 after dropping 100. And everyone's like, this is it. This is MOASS. No, there's no fake squeezes. There's the price running up, but there's no fake squeeze. What would you name your AMCDD? fecal kernel. The story of one slug and millions of people robbed. Cornelio. Can't risk it. Pay the power bill early. Thank you so much, Economist Moist. I appreciate that, man. What's worse, a fake squeeze or vegan cheese? Vegan cheese is definitely worse, Mike. Can you write some AMC DD and post it on the AMC subreddit? Oh, I'll get banned. 510 gang for life. All this has done is make my bad boys dirt cheap. 1K under day tomorrow. Who says no? Hugs. Hugs to you, Pickle Morty. Why is everyone talking about a fake squeeze? I don't know. The unpopped kernel. They have lab grown mozzarella, now making casein with microbes. I'm not a vegan, but it's super environmentally friendly and it'll be great when we all live in caves post apocalypse. Would you name your private jet Piefly? No, that's the name of my airline. Follow up question: how is Lucid looking for calls right now for the bump and run you mentioned last week? I didn't even check this. Not particularly fantastic due to SLD. It looks like it failed. I bought calls for like January though, I think. So it should recover when the market picks back up. When does it get added? It gets added to the QQQ today, I believe. I think today is the inclusion date. AMC peeps are saying to stop buying as they need liquidity for a squeeze. Are doing this wrong? They can do whatever they want. What incentive do you think JP Morgan had to announce what they did about a potential short squeeze in a very public way? Oh, pump and dump. Supplemental liquidity deposits. What do you think about VIX calls for Feb? Mine are for June. Are they volatility or already in the money? In the money. I think I have June 16s. Ben Stedman. Keep up the good work, Girk. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that, man. Thanks for being a member for 8 months. That's super cool. You should write a statement about the upcoming squeeze and give it to CNBC so they can throw it in the trash. WAP song. Are you getting any of that WAP? I get all my WAP from Lady V WAP. Do you know why SLD brings down the price? Because they have to pull capital out of the markets to meet their deposit requirements. Can you show liquidity in terms of Russian classic literature? Hmm. No. I mean, I could try. I'd have to think about it. Master Hedgehog, what's up, man? Nothing much. Just waiting for price ups, waiting for big ups. I'm doing a flat. We're doing a flat, waiting for big ups. I'm gonna eat one cashew. Friday the 17th. It's called the Reg Show Threshold List. So no, they're not different. Typical shill behavior for the nut lobby. It's true. I hope it fake squeezes so I can sell my options, be a millionaire, and then wait for the regular squeeze on my yacht. It doesn't take T because you can use those funds right away, Angel Fire. You don't have to wait for the funds to settle to exercise with them. Do you have good faith violations, Angel Fire? Unless you have good faith violations, then you should be able to use those funds in good faith. I'm so amped for this flag forming. It's a nice flag. It's very small, but it's nice. If the market crashes, is that bad for Jamie? Yeah. No. I didn't really have high hopes for today. I say no because they have cash and can wait for the economy to come back while building their new vision business. I mean, sure, they can survive an economic downturn depending on how long it lasts, right? Why is Cat playing with my feelings? I said I was going to wait for it to drop more. It's still dropping. Ooh, maybe I'll buy 195s this time. Even more profits. We'll see. $5K return to IBKR. Cool. Is that how many shares we're about here? About. What do you think the VIX will reach by June? I mean, I don't know. I just play it like sell when there's a spike, right? Where can I find reg share threshold list? Look up reg share threshold list. I like this because my share are in two different brokers and I use IBKR only for options. I was thinking of buying a couple shares in IBKR now to sell during MOASS to exercise my FEBs. Yeah, I mean, those funds should be available for exercising right away. You just won't be able to sell the exercised shares until those funds are settled. Maybe it's different in England. I'm not sure if maybe the laws, like or the settlements, are different. It's in the Discord, BWatts. Carl posted it in the Pigeon Whale channel, I think, is what you're looking for. If a market crash happens, will they margin call? Only if it's steep enough. No, I'm not using the actual VIX. It's through VXX. It's a leverage ETF. I'm buying them in the money because of their rate of decay. aren't Febs viable? AMC volume only 10% of shares outstanding. They're really diamond handing over there. Is the reason you're selling your Febs on this run up because of theta decay until roll them into better cost basis during the next week? Yeah. Additionally, KB, profits, right? Like they're going to be worth more at the peak of a run than they're going to be worth trading sideways for 2 weeks. I was answering you there about the VIX windmill. I'm not playing actual VIX futures, although I have in the past. I think they're adding them to a WeBull. They're adding futures. Not trying to be in your face, bro. What happened? Oh. I'll admit, initially I was thinking the stock during a crash, luckily they have an army of reliable customers that should have plenty of money. A crash would hurt their short-term bottom line and long-term profit projections. Like, people are less discretionary spending. It's not good. I mean, it's good that they're pricing in growth factors now before inflation picks up even more. Oh, breaking out to the upside. Are we going to cross VWAP? We might. Holy spike on the SPY. Rip. Oh. Maybe they're all done with SLD. 454 calls look enticing. I'm going to pick some of those up. Why would I do that, chicken tender daddy? For the lols. How long can the stock be on the threshold list for 16 without a forced buy-in? Oh, Frost forever. I think Overstock.com was on the threshold list for like 666 days. I mean, it might have been longer. What kind of range is your best bet? I would say 1 to 10 million volume. 10 to 25 is a bit speculative. 25 to 50, not happening. Unless we're just going to MOASS. Win cover XRT? We got what, 12 more trading days before they start forcing the covering of the T-Day fails. Can they internalize this week if their margin is way for systemic risk? Sure. I don't see why it would be, though. There's nothing indicating systemic risk currently. It's just a red day. So then why does it matter if we're on the threshold list? Because after 13 days, it can no longer be shorted. No short sale transactions after T plus 13. That's the relevant part, not the fails being settled. It's a reg show threshold list forces settlement, right? So it's a forced settlement, but it's T plus 13, right? And then on that 13th day, T is settled. And then on the 14th day, T plus 1 is settled. And this will continue until it is no longer on the reg show threshold list. But after T plus 13, the stock can no longer be shorted, so no short sale transactions. If they internalize, what would price action look like? Nothing, because it's internalized. What would you do if you were the Mayo Man? Hold it flat until market close tomorrow, or as flat as possible until market close, near market close tomorrow. Run it into a halt to close off the last 15 minutes of the day. So like run it into a halt at 3:45 and then run it in after hours and pre-market as much as possible. Run it into open as much as needed, and then immediately short it back down, creating the narrowest possible window for people to profit on their open call contracts. Because Overstock kept generating fails in excess of 0.5% of their float for that period of time. It's about the difference between short and long-term gains is about half. Depends on how much you make, but actually, I would halt it into close and then run it in after hours, slam it at open to create panic sells, then cover the rest. That would be the way to do it. So you wait until tomorrow at like 3:30, or well, yeah, 3:30. Get people to pile in, right? So you wait till 3:30 so you can collect premiums. Run it, start running it, move it like $10 up, and then slam it, halt into close, right? Run it in pre or after hours and pre-market, and then slam it $20 on open. Then cover the rest. Yeah, probably to keep FOMO down. More importantly, to keep options interest low. They can still short with in the money puts, correct. When it's on reg show threshold list, yeah, they can still use bona fide market making, but that severely limits their ability. Like if GameStop was on they can't use creation. Don't tell them what to do. Better to be prepared. If trading is halted, does that also present buying and selling options during that time? Yes. There's no CS buy-in for today, especially not at this time. Volume for IRT $5 December 31st is almost at 20K. Nice. If they're able to slam it down in the next day after running it after hours and pre-market, how high would you expect? Still 200, 225? Yeah. We'll see what happens through the rest of today. We may run into close. We may run up for the next few hours. We're breaking up from this consolidation period. We'll want a break of 160 to confirm, but looks good so far. Coming up. Volume's okay. Are you holding the same 950s? I just kept averaging them down. It should be obvious that most people aren't interested in 300. 10, 30 dips and rips don't phase hodlers. Okay. I mean, no one cares about $10 movement, but $100 movement seems to generate decent volume. So potential exit for your example is to sell after the halt. You can't sell after the halt. That's the point. If they halt it in the last 15 minutes of the day, it stays halted until close. So you run the stock when it's most advantageous to write options against it. How can I make the most money off of this? You went too fast for me to write it down. If they internalize like 10 million shares, depends on the price of the shares. I can sell my calls after hours, no? Only if they're like on the SPY or something. What does internalizing mean? It means that they internalize the order and satisfy it without printing it to a lit exchange. Internalized orders eventually have to be printed to a lit exchange, but they can hold off from doing that. The problem is it costs a lot of margin to internalize. I keep thinking about that Jim Cramer interview where he said you will want to create as much stress on the futures as possible. Limit orders on shares can fill in after hours, but not options. It's a way of running it and burning the most options contracts, right? So if they run it a little, right, they can get people to pile in to contracts. And since it's run a little, the premiums are high, right? So they can sell them contracts.
Then they halt it into close, right? Which means very few people are going to sell because they're going to be taking Toad's fucking wild ride into the closing bell, right? So they halt into close. Then they run the price overnight, right? When options can't be executed. Then at open, they tank the price, causing all the people that bought in here to panic sell. Then they cover using the profits. At least that's how I would do it. From a market like psychology standpoint. You'd want to sell right at market open if that was the case. I don't think that's gonna happen, but for clearing that up about hold and close. Why did Jim Cramer tweet and tell everyone to sell GME? Because it's about to rip? Options chain's kind of weak right now, but it's built up further out. Like the weeklies aren't super significant, but the January and February delta that needs to be hedged is high. I think you nailed it. Everything price movement is to generate emotional reaction. Yeah. Is it doable to sell in that last few minutes before the halt? I mean, possible, yeah. It's more likely that you would get out the next morning when they slam the price down, but mainstream media and Jim Cramer are keeping the boomer money out of GME. Yeah, that's a lot of the purpose of that. Where do you see us going between now and end of January? Up. Worst case scenario, I would want us to be leaving January above 350. That's my ideal worst case scenario. The worst case scenario would be us leaving January at like under 200. Shh, Girk, they're watching and taking notes. Whatever. What do you think will happen when the Jan 21 options expire? What do you mean? How long before they fill? Like 35 days. I mean, they fail the internalization in T plus 2 or T plus 9, depending on the source. But yeah, then 35 days to lower the cost before they cover again. Is this where we're holding this week's Shill Anonymous meeting? Thanks, Gaff. What's up, dude? Are we close to the demand zone? Fuck you. Why don't computer share buy shares late in the day? I think they have scheduled buy-ins, so they buy it like market open, and then like a cost basis or like cost averaging buy-in they do on like the 15th and 30th of the month, or like the mid and end point of the month. I think the Jan options question was around the expiring puts. Those expiring puts are part of the replicating baskets for hedging their variance swaps. I think if you haven't read Cinco's DD on that, you should. It's very informative. I feel like I lost my dog finding out you won't be on this after. I mean, why would I? When you place buy calls, what's your profit target? Usually like two or three X, depending on like what movement I'm playing, right? Like if I'm obviously playing a breakout of a resistance into another resistance. So likely I will, you know, execute the order when I think it's going to break out and then try to exit the position before it hits the next resistance, and IV drops, or like, you know, the momentum from the move starts to fall off. Sometimes I'll play like larger or longer swings on the SPY. Like usually like after this SLD shit resolves, the SPY bounces back, you know, some amount over several days, usually trying to pick up its older, like its previous trend, or testing its previous trend. And so when it does that, you know, I'll swing trade that. So I'll buy further dated ones. I think you guys saw me do it like a week ago. I bought like 465s for that test of like 470 before it failed, and we went into the next like SLD dip. So if they internalize 1123, they have 40 odd days to buy the shares, e.g. 130 dip. Well, no, because if there's illiquidity in the market, they can defer the deferral 15 trading days at a time, up to 4 times. And I think we figured out that would be around 60 days out, would have been around January 28th. No, you didn't miss anything, Hacksaw. No clip worth. I made one clip earlier because people kept getting the gamma exposure and FTD timelines mixed up. You missed him ignoring my question about lunch. I don't care what you eat for lunch, man. How many wives do you have? Not enough to be a cult leader. Is this Sam? Yeah, just get another pineapple pizza. I love how no one can spell yacht. I don't think you spelled it correctly either. You spelled it yacht. What is the minimum types of cheese for a grilled cheese? 2. I haven't played in 6 years. Sure, bud. I mean, I can pull up my league like tracker, and I think the last time I played League of Legends was season 4. Gherk, you spelled it boat. Fuck all of you. Do you think Kenny hates a squeeze because it usually ends up with him having less mayo? That's possible. BFRI is sitting at 90% short interest, still all in on GME. Okay. Yeah, just because something has 90% short interest does not mean it's going to squeeze. Like that's not the indicator of a guaranteed squeeze. Sometimes things have 90% short interest because they're shit. Do I like eggs? Sometimes. YouTubers who are pushing AMC over Jamie, are they shills or are they just misinformed or both? I think both. Also, you can add idiots to that list. So you have like shills, the misinformed, and people who are just really stupid. If you've ever tuned into like a Twitter AMC, like whatever those meetings are called, that they have on Twitter, you'll see some of the worst humanity has to offer. I heard a data scientist said AMC is a good play. I mean, I can't argue with the data. I get creeped on Twitter. It's a trash platform. How do you know when a bounce is confirmed? Double bounce or strong upside only? Usually when it breaks the previous resistance it failed at, it would be considered confirmed. So, if, Jamie was trading at 150 and, failed and dropped, say to like 145 and then came back up and crossed 150, then that would be like a confirmation of the bounce. And a reversal in trend. My TA says AMC is a dud. But AMC will run a bit with Jamie. It's a hedge. I bought AMC a while ago. I'm still sitting on it. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Like the fucking people that are always say this. They're like, oh, AMC and Jamie are gonna run together, right? And we know that just without any other information, without the CEO cannibalizing his own corporation and selling shares, the value of the shares out from the shareholders under the shareholders, ignore all that and let's just talk about the fucking size of AMC's float. They have 500 million shares versus 62.6, right? If they're gonna run together, then it doesn't matter which one you own at the fucking bottom, does it? So when people are like, "Oh, I'm waiting for AMC to run before I move to GME," but they're gonna run together, like it doesn't matter, right? And the risk there is that AMC gets fucking rug pulled because of their Citadel's massive long position in it, right? And this goes down while GME gaps up, and then now you've got to make up this price difference when you switch. Like it just doesn't make any sense to be like, oh, I'll wait for the run and then move over. Like move over now. What the fuck difference does it make? Like even just from a value investment standpoint, one company's fucking worthless and saddled with debt, and the other one, potentially has a future. And when AMC's debt comes due in January and they're allowed to release more shares, whew, I would not want to be holding that stock. Exercising my call to clip it. All right, fine. AMC made me rich, not GME. Well, that's because you bought GME at the wrong time. GME made me rich, not AMC. I don't care if you made money on the stock, but don't walk around saying it's gonna fucking MOASS. Like if you made money on it, great, good play. You made money on it. Your fucking stock went from $9 to $70. Awesome. If you held past that $70, now you're just bag holding AMC at 60% less than where it was trading previously. Rentec sold its GME on a run. It'll sell its AMC on a run. And I don't think we have any confirmation on whether they're long or not on GME currently. Rentec's just in it to make money. They're not there because they're bullish on anything. They're in there to play the move and get out. Joe Larimore, welcome to Cornishon, dude. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Welcome to Cornishon.
But there's no potential for a squeeze in AMC. There's no data that backs up a squeeze thesis there at all. What if millions of apes were just concerned with Adam Aaron's estate planning? And if you want to make money, just go over to AMC, buy shares, and sell covered calls. No, they flipped their position. There's an entire DD on this. So AMC ran because Citadel flipped from short to long. Nice copy, ass. Is the float over 6 million now? No, free float's 513 million. I mean, what more bear case do you need than the CFO of the company selling all of his shares? I thought I heard something about getting long dated deep out of the money puts to play the downside once the run's over. Is that a good idea? That sounds like something you'd buy later at the top. No, you'd buy it when IV is low, right? Because it's like an IV play. I mean, AMC, here's the thing about AMC, it was never the play. It was just the second most shorted stock and it was cheap. The most financially savvy person that AMC employs owns 0 shares. Are you going to stream the fake MOASS before the real MOASS? Sure. Why are you hating, man? It's a combined community. No, it's fucking not. That's just capital wasted that could be thrown into an actual stock with actual short squeeze potential. They flip, but media outlets still shilling that you shouldn't buy AMC. There's media outlets shilling that AMC is a great buy. Fucking Jim Cramer said to buy AMC. Combined community. Superstock has banned the term AMC. And all of this is like, all of the position is justified with stupid statements like fundamentals don't matter. They fucking do. If a short hedge fund is liquidated, what is that? And they have to buy in it. Does this apply to the baskets equally, or it applies to whatever positions they have to close or have to be closed on their behalf? So don't even talk about AMC then? Why? Oh, don't say my bearish things about the shitty movie stock. Does it make you feel FUD? Like you've made a terrible choice? Good. Because if something a YouTuber tells you on the internet makes you feel bad about your stock position, you probably shouldn't be in that fucking position in the first place. Carpaccio. I have AMC. I can't even sell it. Why would I be salty about it? I bought fucking GameStop when it was $11. I bought AMD at 12. I'm not salty about your fucking $5 to $60 AMC play, dude. Be nice to AMC. It wasn't the play. Just because it went up doesn't make it the play. Stocks go up and down all the time, dude. So basically, AMC is a human griftipede with AA grifting his investors, YouTubers grifting investors, and the news media grifting investors. Yeah. And then those same investors getting grifted from every possible angle, going, no, this is the right play. AMC to $100,000 a share. But it went up, so you must be butthurt. I mean, I wouldn't have bought it at 8, and I sure as fuck wouldn't have bought it at 60. It's not because he's misinformed, it's because he wants viewers on YouTube. Who cares if it's the play? I don't care if it's the play or not. It's not. Like, it's not a good long-term play by any means. But if your goal is simply to make money on AMC, fine. But don't come in here spewing its fucking MOASS potential or its infinite short interest, because that's horseshit. If you make money on a stock, awesome. Congratulations. Good trade. Well done. But if you're gonna sit there and try to say that AMC is gonna short squeeze with a 500 million share float and fucking saddled with massive debt and just biding time till their next share offering, bullshit. Absolute bullshit. AMC is not the demand zone. Same ETF baskets. Thank you. I wish I was Sanjit. I just pumped and dumped at the same time. Never take Dexies after a curry. Good to know, Graham. Courtesy lick. Just found out my wife is pregnant. Our third. Can't tell anyone but y'all since I'm anonymous. Thanks for letting us know, Courtesy lick. I'm glad you've added a person to the planet. Retail should have bought Koss. I mean, Koss has issues because of insider ownership. You can't really effectively squeeze Koss because when it runs up, they'll just sell shares. Like the family that started the company owns like a huge chunk of the shares outstanding, and every time the Koss squeezes, they just sell a bunch of it. We still expecting a run December 22nd. Between now and December 22nd, light of my life. And the other issue with Koss is that there's no options chain. Vesa? Did I ever have a position in Vesa? I don't think so. Visa? How can a stock trade on an exchange with no options? Just fine. No, not really. I wish I was Sanjit. .08% held by insiders. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just that like I've seen this so many times, but like Adam Aaron's doing basically what the guy with Sears did, right? He's bailing out of his shares. He's keeping the stock pumped up while he does it, and just like I don't see how nobody realizes this. Did you end up getting demonetized for Friday? I think so. I can't remember. I get the notification. I got a strike for Friday. Okay, just because the stock is shorted doesn't mean it's going to squeeze. There has to be a catalyst. It's not just like everything that's short will squeeze. Feb 18 300s completely unrealistic. No. And the money strikes for Friday. It's up to you. It's less risky. Shorts are always wrong, didn't you hear? What's GME's catalyst? It's illiquid as fuck. Currently the best one. You see, if retail picked better stocks, but that would just require mass collusion. GameStop went up 2,700% at the beginning of this year. It seems like it was a good pick. It's a liquid. Why are we always wet? I'm not gonna waste my time arguing AMC. Dolts. Ready to go up to 160 again today? I'd be ready to go up past 155. I can't imagine him selling. He didn't sell his shares in January, and he didn't sell his shares in March. So why would he have sold them in June? Why do you gotta bash AA? Didn't you hear he's a silverback? He's like, Santa is prepping to deliver our Xmas gifts in a couple days. Silverback or just old con man? Ah. Like, if you're referring to people in regular conversation as silverbacks, you're in the wrong fucking business. When did it go up 2,000%? It went from $8 to $70, right? 600%? So you've sold all your AMC, Brian. You're out. You captured your 2,000% gains and you've exited your position. Or are you down in bag holding? Okay, then what the fuck's the argument? You clearly don't believe in an AMC MOASS, so I don't understand the complaint here. If you're still holding 5%, congratulations on bag holding 5%. Silver balls. Anyway. My wife calls me gingerback. Is that good? I'm not gonna play this song. Did we always run on exposure dates? We have historically. Oh, I didn't like the show Bobby's World because that I always thought that like when I was a little kid, I always thought like the older man with the afro in the show was a pedophile. I'm sure he wasn't. I don't know his name, but when I was a child, I thought he was. Like he creeped me out. Yeah, Howie Mandel. He just creeped me out when I was a child. Thought he was strange. I didn't know he was like. I don't know. It wasn't based on anything. I was like 6 years old. Like, don't you ever just see someone and you're like, that person's clearly got something wrong with them? Every time I look in a mirror. That's what I said when I first came in here. That's fair. Do y'all talk about on RP setting a record? No, because we don't like to talk about useless things unless they're entertaining. I recently watched the members video to join the membership and it brought me back. Oh, how far we've come. That video was bullshit. I can't believe I had to make that. I don't know when AMC can offer more shares, but they will. when the opportunity avails itself. Pronounced gnocchi. I think we'll have a run today. Maybe. Into close though, like later. I think mostly just like a little up. We might close the day green. I think that would be best. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to hear this. Hold on. I have to listen first. Like, I'm definitely not playing that, Davidson. Someone doesn't want it over 155 today. Are they still coming in? Just gonna fucking refresh or what? Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're really trying to hold the line there, huh? Do you think Lemia Non was an insider? So many things they wrote was true 7 months ago. I mean, his original DD was what first got us looking into ETFs. Just saw a post mentioning how much shorting was going on, and it highlighted all the red orders in the order book in shorts. Uh, I mean, you gotta have fun with it, right? They're just closer to the money. They don't mean anything. Thanks for sharing, Kevin. I wrote a DD on ETFs back in February. Did you? Maybe I didn't read it. I probably didn't read it, Turd. I'm sorry. Was it in that same vein that they were using like ETFs to synthetically short GameStop? Does retail own the float? Maybe. I think so.
Seems like maybe finally this one is going to hurt them, or did I miss them pre-hedging last week? I don't think too much hedging went on. Really, the only price movement we saw last week was when they closed out that giant chunk of like 150 puts, and we ran a little. Wheat thick. What's up, man? Talk about green and red candles in the stock market. I'm convinced all traders are just Christmas goths. Maybe. What's up, Ape News Network? Yeah, I know. I've watched the Jacobs Levy Center video and read his paper. Um, there's a Daily Ortex guy. I just don't trust their data. It's like they're however they aggregate it, it always comes up like weird. I'm convinced they just say bullish shit to get people to subscribe. Did you play any weeklies this week? A couple. I bought some 180s. I have some 200s and some 220s for December 23rd. What are the odds GS Corp is waiting for this next run up to time their possible announcement? What announcement? Where do people get this shit from? I swear to God, every week there's some like fucking mysterious announcement hanging over us like a harbinger of doom. It's been like this for months. Stop it. GameStop will notify people when they're going to do an announcement. And until that happens, it's irrelevant. No, I'm just going to hold them overnight. I don't give a shit. It's like the 180s are not even doing badly right now. If you say there will be an announcement every week, then when there is one, you'll be right. I suppose. No, there's no announcement. It's just people fucking creating rumors and then spreading them. I think LRC is having some sort of announcement, but that doesn't mean that it has anything to fucking do with GameStop at all. Discord audio is not working. Are you sure? It looks like it's working. It says it's up. If it's not working, it's probably something to do with fucking Discord again. I'm a fraud. This could be an announcement about an upcoming announcement. Are you still buying LRC when it's sub $2? No, I bought like 1,200 at 38 cents. And that's it. That's all I'm buying. I'm not buying any more. I'm not selling it. I'll just hold it forever. Announcement: GME is partnering with AMC. I sell everything.
Rumor has it there should be options and leaps that need to be covered this week. Well, gamma exposure from those things. If they'd stop pumping the fucking OI on 155 puts, we might move up. Would your MOASS thesis change if Jamie buys AMC? Up until the actual date of acquisition, because that can trigger a share recall. How do you feel about this cup and handle forming? Bullish. I've given up on arguing the intraday cup and handle. Can't remember who said this. Do you know? Do you expect them to close the 155 puts before covering this week? Yes. They also present exposure on GameStop. Although I kind of feel like today is just like a giant intraday inverted head and shoulders. Double bottom. Here we go. Get fucked 155 puts. There went $1 million. I'm just checking out the post history of the biggest posters on RGME. It turns out most of them are still in. It's fun looking back 10 months ago, especially the hey, it's Pixel fake death threat thing. I don't know. I missed that, I think. I wish I'd gotten more wrapped up in the drama. I feel like I've missed out on a lot of fun. I didn't miss anything. But the opportunities to troll would have been so sweet. Just internalize it. Nice turd. Can we have a new pickle drawing for Power Hour? No, today's not the day. It's like 12 months of my life reading Genius and Crazy People. You're a part of both. Thank you, Takashira. test failed. Did it? This line, this like resistance support line, is from days ago. It's just absolutely arbitrary. It's from back here. Oh, we broke it. So maybe remove the line. You've been holding us back. But it's so exciting. If there's no resistances, what are we going to break? We're just not going to break anything? Just up? Fine, whatever. Fine, I'll remove them. No more resistances for you guys. Did I look at... I might have. End of day sub 2 million? Yeah, I think so. This is the second time you've asked me that, Stefan. You can't. There's no prep for that. Hope they don't. Oh, now you want the lines back? See, the lines give the stock something to achieve. Can you add a support line? Guys, we're only down 24 cents now. If you have limited capital, I would take less risk. can't stop thinking about this pool or no pool on the yacht. Obviously a pool. Like, the fuck? Are you gonna swim in the ocean? Gross. Oh, song. No, that's the wrong song. Hold on. Is this the right song?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Yeah, we're going up. Show me your best I told you so face. Did you sell covered calls? Who called it? This guy? Relax. But also, yeah. Is that an Ewok pickle? Gherk, my weekly is 20 cents in the money. How do I exercise? Good question. Really good at cats. I'm not muted. What are you talking about? If I send a pickle to your P.O. box, would you sign it for me? No. It is fluffy peppers. Oh, fuck off. Fuck you, Dan for hire. Why did I hold my tongue out? Like outside of my mouth? After MOASS, when you walk away with $1 billion in your bank account, do you plan on trading in the future or walking away from the game as a winner? Oh, I'm absolutely going to invest into long-term positions, start investing in startups. Is there a way to know all the GEX is covered other than the price going back down? That's pretty much the best indicator we have. Moon. Usually in the money puts coming back in. But in November, they just bought a lot of puts. They weren't even in the money. Do you sell your weeklies before your Jan Feb contracts? Yeah, of course. What types of startups would you invest in post MOASS? I don't know. Whatever tickled my fancy, I suppose. Yeah, I'll try to sell the 950s on the peak. Like if the weeklies could potentially, like most of them are pretty low, they could go in the money. Just sell everything on the peak. Pretty much. I'm gonna keep like the deep in the money calls. Like my far dated anything like below, probably anything below 200. It depends on how high we run. Like if we only run to like 225, I'll probably ditch the 200s but keep the 180s and 160s. How do we make money off the people over there? Oh, you just sell covered calls. Just do what Citadel's doing. Yeah, I have 160 febs. Oh, I'll keep my Aprils too. My Aprils are 200, but I'm not going to sell those. Probably. You said if we hit 225, you'd keep the 180s even for late Jan. No, all my Januaries are getting sold. I'm not going to hold any Januaries after this, unless it's for like a weekly play. Once all of my Januaries I'm going to sell. Do I have any 160s for Jan? Ooh, I do. That's tough. The 160s I'm not sure of. We'd have to run really hard for me to keep them. Like, break 250. Is this our third or fourth cup and handle forming? It's cupception. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I have January 160s. I'm not sure if I'll continue to hold them into the run in January or just sell them and buy like lower strike Feb contracts. Please respond if you expect more Gex. I don't think they've really covered any yet, Moon. We're up 1%. Will we ever see 130 again? Maybe not. Do you have a profit target for your calls to determine when you will exit them? Generally, on GameStop, it's not so clearly defined. Definitely not 50%. Like, I expect us to run hard, right? So I'm looking to like 5x or greater most of my calls. Yeah, I suspect they haven't covered because of the puts they opened today, which are now out of the money. Like, those got burned. I get that feeling. I want actual covering. Is it possible they can't cover due to lack of liquidity? Yeah, but do you know the solution to that? We did pick up DFV. That's why I drew the. That's why I drew the. Well, it's not a cat, but. Okay, I don't even get this one, Dan. Yeah, I'm gonna sell Febs. I vehemently disagree with your stance on Dyson vacuums. Okay. I've owned a bunch. They've all just been pieces of shit. I thought he doubled down at 40. Yeah, he bought it in again. It was, I think it was 154.69, right? Or he exercised. I don't know. It doesn't seem like he has an interest in continuing uh to be like his cryptic tweets or anything. DM me, I still got your hat. XO. Thanks, Thick Amy. Fidelity super slow on call prices. I swear it hits price points in WeBull, but sometimes when I don't fill. Interesting. It could just be low liquidity, like there's just no volume trading. What's your opinion regarding XRT dividends? They can push MOASS? Potentially. Yeah, it could catalyze. Did you get a new shirt? Check your inbox. Oh, God. Get the fuck out of here. This must be some kind of bad comedy joke. It must be. I mean, he may have been advised to stay out of the public eye and keep a low profile. Enjoy Poland Ape News Network. See you later, man. Do you have any expected range we dip back into after this run prior to January 10th? I think we should hold around 200 with maybe a slight dip further at the end, but that's going to depend on how much we run, right? Our floor will be set by how high we run on this. What would it take for us to halt and to close? Volume? Okay, you know what? That's it. Where are you? I'm timing you out, Dan for hire. I'll not be insulted this way. You're just giving him what he wants. I mean, of course there's option contracts that you could attempt to snowball. It's just risky. Interesting thesis, Jimmy. Easy money.
I once knew a Dan. That guy sucked ass. His daddy was a drunk and his mom smoked crack. Dan felt the need to disagree, but the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That's all I gotta say about Dans. Dans suck. Nobody likes a Dan. Get out of here, Dan. Hashtag not a cult.
Thanks, Rob. Glad to hear that, man. Help her being repressed. It's 167.50 is the new 155p. I wonder if they're just trying to raise the price while keeping Ivy as low as feasibly possible. Take your copyright strike and play the pickle dance party. No. It's not time. Glad I didn't cut my losses. Thanks, bro. Problem. I don't know what I did, but you're welcome. Isn't there a YouTube policy that your account gets removed for 3 copyright strikes in 90 days? I only have 1 copyright strike. Yeah, I can fight it because it was a parody. But it takes forever to do that. Are you positive? I don't think that was a strike. I think that just demonetized it. The one on my birthday? I think that just demonetized it. The one on Friday was a strike, and they pulled the video. I think I got a strike for the call with the elevator music. Maybe. Oh, maybe I did. I don't know. I don't remember. I'll have to look. I can't believe I've been ignoring work for months. To be fair, on Friday we were saying it's demonetized anyway, just play all the songs. This is true. At what price point are you officially a bag holder if you don't exit per the DD? Well, if you use the DD appropriately, Lord of Nork, and the price keeps going up, you just won't exit, right? How high do you probably like 40-50% from its current level? Leonig or Leoning? Not if we move up like this though. If I buy a few shares of XRT, do the short hedge funds have to pay me then buy my shares? What? Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're talking about the dividend? Thanks, Lentil Burrito. Mm. I don't think we're going to go under 140 in the next few weeks. Why is E-Trade saying my GME 1223 150 has a bid of 157.34 and an ask of 157.64? I don't know. That's the current bid ask. What's confusing there? Oh, that's. Are you, are you sure that it's the contract that has that bid ask? That's just our trading price. Is it a glitch? Try refreshing it. But the supercalifragilisticexpialidocious squeeze JP Morgan promised. Can they cover Friday? What? On Christmas? What the fuck? Christmas Eve? No. The markets are closed. I have no idea. I don't use Fib. Probably. Sure. Titty titty bang bang. Variant swaps can cover FTDs, or they can't use them for gamma exposure, correct? It should be correct. It's not that they cover FTDs, they can it's not, variant swaps aren't doing any of that. They can use single stock futures to cover deficits in a short position. By saying that they're instead long. Does BlackRock compensate you for all the tech support you do for other brokerages, options, chains? Guy-Fi for MOASS? Well, they take on losses. It damages the value of the contract. Okay, I wish I was Sanji. You do know that like no one's gonna be broke after this, right? Like none of the hedge fund managers are gonna be poor. They'll still be rich. Their funds will blow up, but they'll still be rich. If someone showed up today, they could copy my same position, shares options are about 25% less, 50K. But they'd have missed out on all the learning, fun, and mockery you have brought us, Kirk. Thank you. I appreciate that, Posty McPosterson. Sorry, I had to use your trust fund to short GME more. Sorry if you answered this, but do not use fibs on GME only or at all. At all. I do not find them to be reliable or effective. They're fine, I guess. They're like self-fulfilling. A lot of people like them. I don't. I don't use Fib or Elliott Wave. Congratulations, Win Food Stamps. Free super chat. Okay, this is gonna be super long, so stick with me. Okay. Thanks, Bob. It's not by tomorrow, it's by Wednesday. And no one knows. No one knows how much it is. It just has to be covered. Makes the stock go up. There is no way to determine volume or amount of price action. Sorry, but that's the way it is. The last time that we had this same exposure window was last December, and we traded 50 million volume. That is no longer possible. Do you like Elianachi wave tracements? Fuck you, JBrush. I had a head injury about 80 years ago. I'm autistic as well. Since the head injury, I get manic as fuck after 2 beers. I invested in Jamie after two beers. Does this make me retarded? No, Cockroach Rancher. You're clearly a high functioning member of society. What kind of sauce do I use for my Fibonacci? I like to do like sage and brown butter with a sprinkling of Parmigiano Reggiano. The selfish perm stole vital volume. Guy-Fi for MOASS. Thank you, Bob Lewis. Any tips on what to do with Feb calls purchased when Jimmy was over 220? Down 70%, sell or hold through the run in January. I mean, they can go back up, Phoenix Fire. There's time. Oh man. Okay. You know what? Dan for hire. You're really pushing it. That's disgusting. Also, I would never get that buff. That requires like steroids. Can you sprinkle some Parmesan on the price section? Hold on. I'm back. I entered my last bullet now. I didn't quite hit the timing today because I was working, but I got a Jan 28 165 for 20. Not the worst, right? Doesn't sound terrible. Are you holding your weeklies overnight? Yeah. What the fuck is going on? Had a rough couple days. Missed most of the stream today, but glad I made it back for a bit. Serious question: are we in the demand zone yet? Yes. Demand incoming. Did you ever end up adopting that cat you applied for? I didn't. BlackRock Black Ops. Pour some sugar on me. Oh boy. Please throw some parm at the camera when starts. What is the traditional Persian Christmas like? A bunch of people show up at your house who you'd rather didn't and annoy you for several days on end. That makes so much noise. We haven't hit 350 since you disowned feces. It needed to happen. Iranians love Christmas. Totally. Well, no, because I didn't invite you here. You just showed up. Go away. I'm back. What? There's no goddamn FTDs. It's like everyone was like, oh, I want to spend Christmas in New York. Hot mic. What? Is Christmas in New York any fun? I feel like it's just like the rest of the year that I stay inside my apartment. I wasn't muted. Oh. Whatever. I'm not Persian. It's cold and wet. That's how I would describe New York Christmas. Full of lovely muggings if you're a tourist. Many opportunities to get robbed. Is your rug Persian? No. I don't have any rugs. I have hardwood floors. After listening to Lewis Rossman talk about New York, it makes me feel that everyone living in New York City wants to live there intentionally. I do. I like that tourists come here and get robbed. It's entertaining. Don't come to New York, guys. It's really shitty. Poor Carl Craig now. Carl's fine. Don't worry about Carl. All right. But New York has Hamilton. Eh. I don't know. I don't know. No, don't come to New York for Hamilton. It's not worth it. You'll get mugged. I heard a guy got killed in New York. What if I want the full New York experience of getting mugged, and getting mugged is part of it? That shouldn't be an issue. Just hang out in Midtown for long enough. Is mugging a legit side hustle? I mean, people don't really get arrested for it. So, yeah. Like, it's pretty hard. Unless a cop sees you mug someone, it's pretty hard to get arrested for mugging. I took off work today for plus 1%. But this is just the beginning. I don't know. I've never been mugged in Philadelphia. What do you mean people don't get arrested for mugging? I mean, no one ever gets arrested for it. You think? What do you think? The NYPD is just out there trying to find the mugger? No, they don't give a shit. I had someone break into my apartment once, and the cop showed up 6 hours after he left. Do you wear your J-Pal mask when you go out mugging? No, Philly's not greater than New York City because people still come to New York City knowing that they will likely be mugged. Do you know that like hit and runs in New York are like 96% unsolved? People just run pedestrians over in the street and then no one ever solves the case. Um, that's us Jersey guys. It probably is. Think of it as 4% successful solves. Fair. What's the weapon of choice for a mugger? Usually knives. Sometimes guns, but once they can afford a gun, why mug? Then you can just start dealing drugs. It's much more profitable. Ding ding. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Yeah, everyone chills in the Discord aftermarket and all through the night. It gets weird the later it gets in the day, though. I warn you now. We know you farm cockroaches. It's in the name. Thank you guys so much. Well, you got knife, mugging, guns, drug dealing. Then you use that to work, then you can kind of finagle your way into a hedge fund. And then before you know it, hedge fund manager. All crime. All the time. Have a good night, guys. I'll see you in the morning.
Begin.
Rico! Not an advisor. Frigulon.